one of my keens that I applied the kintsugi principle to broke again in the same spot that I had synthetically altered, thinking it was good enough. But apparently it was put through vigorous paces and did not live up to the forces unleashed that the structure could not manage, and so one must rethink the repair. A second kintsugi on this same place. This has even more significance for an artisan, or at least it should. This is a very special kind of kintsugi. It's the plate you dropped again, and now you look at how you repaired it the first time. And it's just changing forms and conditions, but your artistry has improved, and your mood is dispassionate. And everything, every drop of rain, is a win in the universal generosity that the gods have provided for us, especially God Himself. Don't get caught up on technicalities, but don't do something foolish either and claim you understand God better than He does. Don't be one to the detriment of good sense, such as conceit, delusion, greed, ill will, or desire. You want things too much, causes problems. You start to steal. You don't like too many things, you start to blame. You want too many things, that's very dangerous. Start taking things from people and causing a lot of bad karma. The richer you get, the worse things get kind of situation. That's what greed is. There ain't nobody ever talked about living well. Living well ain't greedy, it's self-care. But just the even shallowest, but hopefully not that, concern for one's fellow men and women all around us, our extended family. Why not? Why is that so wrong? You should never think of yourself as wrong as engaging in what is essentially civic society. In reality, not the theory of it, but whoever shows up is really who counts. The people that took on an exterminationist or a subversionist. Alternative history, yeah, they're excluded from good things going forward, but it was a dumb idea and dumb people want it, and that's why they're called useful dummies. Useful for bad people, and then the results are bad, and that's all very predictable for good people. So be good people and don't be that predictable. You're going to inherit the most generous and fortunate of circumstances, should it be managed in a way that is concomitant with all of our ancestors that are so venerable. Which is to say, the best of the best ever. Why not? Where is the past and the future that should eclipse something as spectacularly, magnificently glorious to behold as something like that? Elegance en person. The idea of achieving parinibbana within 7 lifetimes for stream enters, that's another concept. All of them are very helpful and kind and very real and down to earth and quite touching. Especially in retrospect, very fitting, very respectable, very illustrative and purifying metaphor that is entering a stream if you were filthy, for example. Ever come out of a bathing ritual and just feel very, very refreshed and invigorated. That's how you should feel with spiritual hygiene, methods, techniques, ideas, and options that every human being should have, so that they could free themselves from any of the mind poisons, just like antivenoms. Here you go. It's a type of protein that if you take it, you can keep it away. Like some kind of mind virus. Your anger, it takes it away like a Pepto-Bismol. Greed, same thing. Desire, yeah, that's greed. And then that aversion, that attraction and aversion, that can throw you, try to be attracted and at the same time adverse to two things at once when you're on a high beam and you're supposed to run at 10 miles an hour. How are you going to make it? I've seen so many people go down in flames like that, and it just was unnecessary. They had so much going for them. Like, you might think I'm the most elegant person you've ever encountered in this universe, but they were much better. It's just that something messed them up because they let it. But not just that. Some of it was unavoidable. He was right there, 15 meters away, and then puff and smoke and gone like that. So, of course, survivors don't have anything that they can use as a reference other than something like that from time to time to just be appreciative that they are living day to day. Because you don't need those types of bold examples, okay? It can happen even under the most peaceful of circumstances. You could just, your heart could give out just like that. So forget about this rationality. Put no rational restraints on gratitude. Let it flow, and wish all living creatures well, and it has a social impact. Just that seed of goodwill. And then guide it in a meaningful way that is also respectful of one's ancestors. A direct causal lineage that people have taken serious since the beginning of time, and yet may have forgotten it for 5 minutes, but now returns to it. And so remember your family names. This is, of course, for a film that I'm working on. But just imagine airplanes flying very low, very close to the camera. And they fly by in formation through a canyon, and that's how the film starts. But you give them time to approach. So it builds suspense, and then there's that moment. And then you splash the headline. Life on Earth. Some type of wide-ranging film, open and just the visuals. Just arrest the senses on every level. The musical score is beyond ambitious at times, but still strongly edited, terribly edited at parts, but those pieces that make it in those moments are so captivating that one never forgets it. It's as if one was there because one felt it that deeply. That architect is a human being too. We're all human beings, so do be kind to one another. Be kind to yourself. If you have the opportunity to forgive, please do that. It's good for you. This sounds crazy. It's good for you. It is. It's just you're gonna have to get over your pride to get there, but you can, because the Buddha did. God bless you. Some Patugina said today, hey, it looks like you're going to the beach, but was inferring that the weather was not good enough for that, or somehow it was inappropriate. Like tourism had ended or something, just because he didn't deem the weather to be optimal enough to consider it a beach day. Put it in the box as a beach day, a label on it. It's a beach day. I don't label my days as beach days. I'm at the beach. Sometimes I go there, sometimes I don't. Sometimes the weather is really bad, and sometimes it isn't. It's sort of the full spectrum kind of treatment. I just don't go to the beach to jump in the water. There's so many other things. The other day there was a school of humpback whales that were passing by in a very rhythmic, shall we say, prehistorical kind of way, all the way back to geological ages when things weren't complicated, but their families were living as well as they could, and they lived very well, became very big, very healthy, experienced their dimensionality on this planet just like we experience ours. So every animal has a kama or a kami. Don't forget that. But anyway, the beach, the beach. What is the beach? What's the point of being there? I mean, if you're just there to sunbathe, maybe you could see things in a very restricted way, but maybe you're looking at the wildlife, you're checking out what washes up at the beach, and you're partaking in what many would be considered to be advantageous geological conditions, at least for reinforcing the fact, the reality of changing forms and conditions. I think many of us, especially moderns, have become so calcified in very comfortable boxes that we can't take changing conditions easily because we struggle so hard to just get basic kinds of things like food, shelter, and clothing that we've been dehumanized on a certain level. But then it becomes automatic. That means you have to be a voluntary participant or the executor of it. And that's where, as your own CEO, you need to start initiating self-preserving measures. Civilizationally, socially, economically, politically. Life-work balance, just a holistic concept that is as holistic as samadhi itself. But you have to stop running around doing the wrong things to start that program, which means you have to have a stopping period so that you can reflect whether or not you're in the three realms with the kilesas, the mind poisons, and the mind weeds, or not. And if you're not, give yourself time to recover. It's very important. We're not automatic. We are not machines. And it's okay. That's actually very good. Here is a fascinating insight that I heard recently, is that karma or causality determines 17 parts of a mind moment, but one part is directionality, intentionality, practice. So think about that. In a lot of ways it's true. You have created a certain gravity around yourself, some kinds of forces that have pulled you down into what you are living in right now, which might be hell. And it's not so easy. How about that? Someone said, hey, I heard you're stuck in a spot. Why don't you just back up? Walk by like that. And yet he was right. But how do you do that? So you have to calm down most times. And that calming down process is the samadhi process. You come down to ultimate reality. That's what you come down to. You hit the ground. Like, hey, this old age, sickness, and death stuff, yeah, I know I heard it, but have I watched a body decompose? Because some people, it takes that type of extreme observation of reality to finally let go of some fallacies that they were holding on to, or to put it another way, we're holding on to them. Even after they recognized that they didn't want the attachment was there. I don't want these handcuffs. Them handcuffs be there though. Let me try to move my hands with handcuffs on. You feel that? You're restricted by those 17 mind moments, but one is free. And depending on how much you slow down, you can hit that one perhaps all the time once you get into practice, but those 17 things are formidable. They are changing. They are adapting as you are adapting. They are adapting against you. So you have to use the one mind moment to work for you. That's the challenge. That's what you're up against. Those are the odds. This is this human dimensions. And you are here. And it is a fortunate birth because you can understand what I just said, even if you know that it sounds impossible. It sounds formidable. It sounds like there's no way I'm going to get that done. Because that could be delusional. People have done it. That's why they are celebrated. Do you know what one of their names is? The one with the golden statues? That's why. He's the champion. He won. It's proven. It's been proven time and time and time again. Everywhere. You can go take an airport somewhere. And then you'll go like through the bushes. You'll go through different places, checkpoints. And then what pops up at an unexpected time? It's the image of the Buddha. And then the next time you see it, then you know it's true. He is the champion. No one disputes it. He achieved enlightenment with those odds. So work the odds in your favors, but don't discount the difficulties, and therefore have also compassion for yourself, especially if you've made excruciatingly wrong-headed decisions which have had a cascading negative effect on your life. You're the person that this practice will work wonders on. But let's hope it doesn't get that far. Don't do that to get to this. You don't have to be a bad driver to be a good driver. You're like, oh, well, yeah. First I drove terribly and I wrecked everything and everyone, and now I'm a good driver. Look at my car. Looks messed up. You need to fix a lot more things. The best advice is to get on the good path and use Dhamma to your advantage as soon as you can, and as thoroughly and as well and as practical as you can. On a sliding scale until, yes, you get enlightenment. You're in the one of the 17, most if not all of the time. And that's the point. That's what you do. That's why. And it's just like that. But back to the comedy routine for a second. You see, you can use that one mind moment for any directionality. Why not pursue humor? Why do people laugh? Isn't it wonderful that people can laugh despite all of those things I just mentioned? And I'm not talking about a fake laugh. I'm talking about like a belly laugh. Like a laugh that just grabs hold of you and just doesn't let go. And it's so funny. It's so real. It was so unexpected. It was so unplanned. And yet it was reality, it was synchronicity. And just that thing just ripped you out of whatever you were thinking because it was so damn funny. It hurt. You were laughing that hard, your diaphragm just locked up. Look, people, those are the gems of life, are they not? And then to focus on that gem, the gem of humor. But of course, not to go overboard with it. Don't be heedless with it. Right? You also don't need it. You don't want it. You don't desire it. You don't crave it. You know, like these people want to be happy all the time. No, not like that. That's unskillful. That's terrible. That's a wrong effort. How about this? People want to get fit. They start jogging, it messes up all of their joints. But they wanted to be healthy. That's what they say when they have arthritis, 10 years later. Yeah, good intention, bad result. Oh, I wanted a happy life, but I ended up getting in multiple relationships with movie star level, good looking, accomplished, elegant women. But I wanted a happy, calm, and dignified life. Does that sound like congruency to you? Or, I mean, just as a third party looking at it from a mountaintop with a pair of binoculars that are telescopic, I mean, that type of funny. Because it has nothing to do with you. And those women that you may have thought were so great, how great do they look now? Where are they? How did they end up? And was it better or worse for you? And was it still magical in its own way? Do you have to not leave any kind of bad taste in someone's mouth? Can you just have enjoyed that moment without the kalesis afterwards? And can you redeem yourself? Can you say, well, you know what I find more fascinating now? I find jetsam at the beach more fascinating. It's sort of like random, artistic, godlike kind of inspiration every day, including the bad weather, depending on how you prepare for it. A well-oiled jacket, good headgear, eyewear. You got the clear and the yellow lenses, just because you might roll at low light conditions and you find the yellow more satisfying. It gives you options. Why not? Could that not be considered some kind of self-care regime? Are people there, in your bathtub when you're, washing your feet or doing something like that? If not, well, then you can do this too, and it doesn't need to bother anyone, and it can still have great results when you hit that lottery more often than other people. Like you're hitting that 1 in 17th mind moments called sati, awareness. You're hitting that consistently, and what do you care what other people are doing? And then again, although channeling everything into nothingness is very purifying from time to time, when you make use of your directionality and point it a few degrees in an area that really is so fascinating and gives you so much more back in terms of anything at all, even just a mild curiosity, like wood fibers or different species of wood or different trees or anything that could be considered wholesome, then you're really steeped in what it is, the juiciness of being a human being. and also living wisely and skillfully and sage-like so that you have a minimum of aggravation and a maximum of satisfaction, also in a highly dynamic and changing world, which does include suffering, and a lot of it is needless. And a lot of it is so far away in karma that it seems to be totally random, so that we cannot comprehend it. Why did the person standing next to me get blown away? I was just having that conversation. See, that's a variable. Don't depersonalize that. That's not my story. Right? That doesn't have to be your story either. These things can happen. It's within the realms of possibilities. But see how attachments are made. So why is there suffering? Well, how deep are the attachments? But is it normal, common, and sometimes vulgar that human beings have and make attachments that cause them unnecessary suffering? Yes or no? Answer that question. That's it. Someone wrote in recently, it's like, you're so complicated. It would take me 1,000 years to understand. Just stay right there. That's the simple yes or no question. And then consider the implications of your answer. It doesn't matter how smart you are. A lot of these smart people out here are so stupid. Coming back to my comedy routine. Oh, he's going to the beach alone. He could hurt himself. So they want to go out there and let that guy hurt himself that way. He's sitting out watching the beach. He's watching the waves. If that is hurting himself, let him go. Right? Let that man go. But see, we don't want to let our thoughts go, right? We want to care too much about things. They're just going to cause us aggravation. If I started caring about all the horses in the world, I'd have a whole lot of problems, wouldn't I? This one's hooves need that. The teeth are gone on this one. This one's coat got mange. This one's got too many flies. You see how far your mind can go? But those horses, they're not yours, man. They're not. And those thoughts aren't yours either. So whatever's bothering you, let those horses go. Ride off. Imagine a herd of horses shows up on the beach. It can happen. Some beaches got wild horses running on them. They show up, start grazing. Actually, they're somewhat of a nuisance. And then when they push off, they become part of the scenery, and it's just some kind of, synchronicity again. Something meaningful and beautiful in its own way. But you don't own those horses, so you don't need to care. As long as they don't bite your book bag or your finger or something, everything's fine, and they could do that. Wild horses are wild animals. Many of them are bigger and stronger than you. So where's the respect? Start your respect for animals and other life forms and work your way up to people, and then see people as animals too. At least that they are. I don't care. The worst person on this planet was just trying to avoid suffering most of the time. And many of them were misguided by the Kalesas and the three realms. That's it. You see how cut and dry that is? There's no bad people necessarily, but there is bad karma. And that can be terrifying. The automaticness of it, but also what happened in the past. Do you know? 1,000 lives ago, do you know what you did? Well, karma knows. So for some people, that's terrifying. Like, that might be why those bullets just took out all of those people there. but they missed you. That's it. That's a way of thinking of it. So you see how I'm spicing fatalism up a little bit? I'm making it juicy. I'm giving you some ingredients. I'm letting you mix the pain a little bit to get some distance on these things that are happening out there in this dimension that are otherwise unexplainable. You will break your head. You will break everything in the room. You will break science itself. Or not, if you just stop doing what won't work anyway, which is predictable at this point because we have venerable teachers that have pointed it out. And yet you will not listen. You're the one exception to the rule. Your variables are much too difficult. The variables of the venerables, what were they in comparison to your variables? Where is your respect? Respect comedy more. No. Don't respect comedy because it's allowed to disrespect comics. Right? Because really, what personality do they have if they do know that life is really one big joke? But a good one, a funny one, right? One you laugh at. That's how to think of it. Be a little bit more irreverent. Don't take yourself so seriously. That's a side effect of calcification. Get loose, get adaptable. You're nothing. Go back to zero. Who are you again? What language can you speak? Who cares? You're nothing. You never were here, you'll never be here. You could drop dead in 2 minutes. You're nothing. Right, and then start back slow, like, what type of person am I and what type of person can I be? Can I be someone who is maybe a literary heavyweight that has been despised by a group of charlatan-like, loud, thuggish, anti-cultural people? If so, who cares? Like, some people think in those terms, but you don't have to. What does it matter if a group of cattle, oh, by the way, they could be standing away a bit of a distance away from me here. If you talk to other life forms and they don't understand you, you don't get mad. So why do you get mad when people don't understand you? It's some type of game, these words with labels. And this irreverence helps us to get loose, helps us get back to zero. That's why I think it's a wonderful technique. It's like drunken monkey style. You see, that is for advanced practitioners. And there is suffering involved in it, but it's used as anti-venom. You cannot cure your snake bites if the snake is not biting you, and so you might provoke it, realizing that you will have suffering, that you're inducing it under absurd circumstances by seeing yourself in a third party kind of way, that the joke doesn't hit you, it misses you, and then you laugh at an abstract other that is depersonalized, that you need not be because of the Jade Vehicle. Only standing before waves 1,000 times can you notice that there are different aspects. The wind is blowing from a different direction and the seas are disturbed for some storm or another. This is pure randomness in many cases, but not so random. We do know hurricane season comes in August and October, September, right? So you have to be, depending on where you are at the right time, at the right place, or the wrong time in the wrong place. These are these 17 comma points, causality points. But that one point does mean everything, especially your awareness of it. If you're there during certain lighting conditions and the wind throws the spray up over itself so it almost looks like spirit dragons rushing towards the shore. In some of those old Japanese paintings, you can see it. But that means that you've seen it before so that you can recognize it. And so that is their message to you. Many people would look at that picture and say, oh, what's that? Some waves. But with awareness, your experience is the gold of your life. It's not the bane of your life. All of your suffering is your gold. I come back to this saying, the Buddha learns from normal people. Normal people learn from Buddhas. But the Buddhas learn. All that suffering, he doesn't look away. He sees it and he learns from it. Learns, in many cases, what not to do. This is very valuable, especially when it's a third-party experience that has nothing to do with a personalized self. And so it's accessible to all that will receive it with the true spirit of Dana, which means they do not hinder themselves from experiencing it. But look, no coffee today. The first thing students do is forget the teacher. How is he doing? Is he doing okay? Have everything he needs? Or, oh no, forgot the teacher. Forgot all the teachings. Is in samsara. Too busy. Forgot the teacher first. Where is that coffee? It's not even hot. Nothing there. That's what they said. Do not forget Dhamma, and make sure your teacher is first. That will help you in the 1/17th situations that we encounter from time to time. But with a teacher that knows these arts and also knows some skills, and you are always thinking of the teacher, how do you think your results will be versus people that do not have tutors and teachers and take all of the information so seriously because they take their self and their well-being and everything so seriously that they have gotten different results, and so their priorities are different from normal common people. That's why they live and think differently. That's the whole point. And so they're thinking of the other 17th thing, but the 18th thing, the 18th number, every time you see 18, you're reminded, oh, how valuable this teaching is. They could only take it so far until I saw that number. And I remembered. I am not lost. Someone ran in, teacher, but Lagos. I heard it's associated with death. What does this mean? Yes, precisely. Death of weeds, Lagos. That hot shower, it's burning off all of those attachments, kilesas, mind moments, everything you don't need. It's killing it. It's bringing death to the bad things, the bad thoughts. The skin is no longer irritated. You washed it off. You created death for bad conditions that would lead to the irritation. You have engaged in a basic purification ritual. You have added to your hygiene. There are no microorganisms, perhaps, that can harm you because you went through a purification ritual blindly. You didn't know what was there. You didn't want to know. You assumed, well, I'm using this one point of 17 distractions, and I'm going to engage in a purification ritual that is cleaning my body and mind, but also preserving my health. And I don't need even to know how it's doing this. This is magic to primitive people. To scientists, they know. But we don't even need to know to start practicing and to ritualizing all of that wonderful cleanliness in all different types of places that we do need to survive. That, as an animal, it's better. You can see old dogs with claws that should be trimmed, but they do not engage in the self-care or have owners that care for them, but you care for your own animal. So health-wise, you're doing great, but you're not overdoing it, but you're also introspecting. Maybe some people said this is healthy, but it isn't. I went jogging now, all of my ankle is sprained. And now I'm 3 weeks out of commission, and my health has suffered from what was sold to me as a healthy practice. You see how that 18th point of awareness can help you take advantage of ultimate potentiality. That means you're not stuck in any direction. Look, you thought it was a good idea, it turned out to be delusional, you dropped it. You don't do that anymore. You're not smoking the way you used to. You've changed, you've adapted. You dodged that bullet. Maybe it requires you to take special measures that only you understand, but have gotten you unthinkable results before you were given the insight of ultimate awareness. It was that one last missing piece in your practice that kept you. The high fetters, it took care of those too. The low fetters, it took care of those anyway. That's what it's like to be in the Jade Vehicle. It's another student ran screaming into the sala. Teacher. But doesn't the life need to make sense? No. The answer came back, no, you are not capable of comprehending the sense of your life. You can just piece out the outline of good things and improve your chances of perhaps being reborn under even more favorable conditions, because your practice is amazingly, even if you doubt all the time, amazingly better than someone who has no idea about any of these things. That even someone who knows the number 18 knows the 17. What difference is day and night? We're talking about a specific number here that has a lot of aspects included in that teaching. You got a lot of tools in your tool belt. Other people, they have nothing. They have their bare hands. They're blind. They're dead. They're done. They're not going to make it. It's just that simple. And the Buddha came very close to being a casualty statistic, very young as well. You young, passionate people, I was one of you. I have traveled the entire planet. I have experienced amazing and miraculous things and some of the worst things you could ever imagine. And no, life does not need to make sense to you. Maybe you're not far enough to comprehend how meaningful, for example, enemies are. Those that deceived you, that taught you about the third realm called delusion, these are venerable teachers in retrospect. Very venerable. And in fact, I think they will have good karma for reasons that they might not understand, but because they had such a fortunate encounter, it was able to be seen that way by an enlightened being and not by a vindictive one, a common, normal, vulgar one. So that however many times they may have stabbed you in the stomach, that if that's what it took to almost drowning in a puddle of water, to realize what is profound truth and what is a kilesa, then yes, we can accept lagus as an agent of death that we apply to all of the kilesas, and they were our teachers. And appreciation and respect is something that we may have thought too low, that there must be physical amicability between us. But if you've made enemies friends as far as enlightenment goes, then you've achieved very high heights. That you're already in a realm where some people might gasp for oxygen because it's much too far beyond the normal or the comfortable. Which gets us to shadow integration. You think you're ready for that? Strap yourself in, because you are going to be in for a ride. But just submit to it. There's no other opponent in that ring. Your MMA, that's what they're going to bring. But it's not about opposing the shadow, it's about accepting it. And that requires more softness than hardness. And that is counterintuitive. The softness is what wears out a shadow. That sharp sword point will not meet a softness if it is soft to infinity. It can never hit it, can never kill it. But softness where it is wise and not where it is not wise. And making infinite alterations to make that so. And so looking back on my life, I have only experienced generosity and good things. And those good things deserve remembrance and all of the positive karma that they are certainly due to receive, if not in this life, in the lives to come, in unexpectedly fantastical, magical, compelling, life-altering ways that not just them but their entire families deserve, because they were a part of them, and so should be respected in that way beyond all measure, because in some way, yes, they are connected, even if it's incomprehensible. Yes, they are. But to be so presumptuous to say, well, this person did the bad thing, so they will get bad, and this person did the good. You have to be aware of that. You might not be seeing the galaxy level picture, that perhaps even by destroying their own lives and others, that they were the ultimate spark that led to a chain reaction kind of magazine explosion that will detonate all of the forces of this planet on an atomic level at some point, to reestablish divine order. In retrospect, I have only had great friends. And this is also the fruit of cultivation, the fruit of a totality of understanding that teachers have, and that students, if they are lucky, will gain, perhaps on a good day, just one minor facet of it. God bless you all. I like that sentiment a lot. Fate sent you to me, but you got lost along the way. Fate sent you to me, you got lost along the way. See, sometimes mix it up a little bit with some melody. Make it a little juicier if you can, in places where it don't matter. Some people think poetry doesn't matter. Some people think that it does. Make it matter to you. Poetries can be mantras. Mantras can be poetry. Getting lost isn't the worst thing. And again, if it's some kind of training austerity, then you can have the intended effect without any heartbreak. And there are so many precepts because there's so many insurance policies. But of course there's just basics, like basic life preserving behaviors. Wash your hands before you eat, like that. Just basic. Don't make a big deal about it. That's how basic morality should be. And then just adding, hundreds on top of the first 5. Then you start getting into intermediate territory. But there are higher levels than that. Some are said to have 1,166 precepts. But that might be overdoing it. Might be overthinking things. But certainly there's a variety in that field. Especially as micro austerities go. But just sort of putting up with some austere conditions that really aren't all that austere, all things considered, but do convey a certain message on a basic level to stay down to earth, like not sleeping in a high bed, for example. You might lose a precept, but you could pick that one up and you might be able to get at least 2-5. You see, you can creatively combine these things if you absolutely have to, if you're living in a less than straightforward way. Any old precept can help. Like, alright, well, that day you didn't touch money, so that's a day with an extra precept. How did you fit that in? You didn't even schedule it. You just sort of made it happen because you constructed your life that way. And you got the good karma from that. Just no question. It's one of those automatic things. You didn't even realize you were doing it. That can work for you. That type of forgetful practice. You forgot about it because you're already doing it. Doesn't even feel like an austerity. You didn't even notice it. It's become ingrained. As granite became granite, is granite. There's no fight in granite, it just is. All different kinds of weather present all different kinds of micro austerities that are quite challenging and very real. And if you get the variables correct, it can be comfortable enough, all things considered, even if it be windy or rainy or both or a combination of different things. Putting yourself in the natural environment. It doesn't really matter what over-socialized, comfortable people might think about that. It's not like they really matter. If anyone could be gone tomorrow, including them, perhaps a hurricane is on the way. What little calcified boxes give one a right to impose on the liberty of another, physically or otherwise? What is it about just existing that has its own legitimacy that need not be questioned? But there are always those that think they need to insist to know something about something that does not concern them and want to make themselves some part of life, some kind of influence. But finally, it's just influences. Might as well be random, but of course, could be that, what is it, 0 to 17 bits of karma that make things one way and not another. Think about that, the reversed truth of that, which also means potentially outside of free will, which means you could have done nothing to change those things. They're just there. They're in the web of Verden. That's it. But with that one piece, yes, you can do some things. You can change your mind first. You were caught up on this opinion. Now you are not caught up on this opinion. Just little things like that matter so much. And it's so attainable. It's so close. You're so close to turning the corner. Why won't you give yourself permission to do it? Why won't you start right now? Even if it's just for 5 minutes, why won't you do it? Can't afford it, too busy, too many more important things to do. Is that right? Who told you that? A self, not yourself. You have the possibility for infinite new selves. Why not? It's not a radical statement. Yesterday, it does not exist. Your self of yesterday is gone. You might think it's still there, but that's a ghost. A very real looking delusion because you can remember it better. That's it. Oh, it really did happen that way. And then ask yourself 10 days later, how did it happen? What day was that again? Can't remember. So if you can fade beautiful things like that, make meaningful, meaningless things, then make the things you are telling yourself are so important and so aggravating. How about they're not the important things? They won't be, they aren't, they weren't kind of thing. Just sort of encourage the fading process. And it's already, your future has changed because the past has changed. In one fulcrum of time, it's possible to flip things around like that with Jera hands. Jera heart. Refinding the good things in infinite immersion. That's saying a thing called I can't believe a variable. That's a very helpful way of gaining a little bit of distance from the thing called I and the variable, isn't it? But how about when the thing called I believes variable to either be true or false, but it could be diluted? Have you ever taken a test, like a multiple choice question test? And I wouldn't say you breezed through it, but let's say there were 21 questions and you gave yourself adequate amount of time. You weren't distracted and you felt like the subject matter was within your wheelhouse and you picked the right answer and you honestly believe that you got 100% right on the test, and then the results came back, you got a 13.5. For example, yeah, you picked one right answer, but they're all, if you go through the choices, like let's just say the answer was 5. Well, you picked 5, but there was also the square root of 25 was one of the answers, and then another equation that led up equaled 5. So the correct answer was all of the above, and you just went for the easy 5. And that's why you got it wrong. And a couple of other questions like that. And it's black and white right after the test, but that moment where you thought, and I believed the variable in this case to have gotten all 21 questions right, didn't even get close. So how about this? The I believes that you are crazy. You've lost your mind. You're unreasonable. you're never gonna make it. You're always gonna be messed up or something like that. It can get on one of those rants and tirades. Oh yes, it can. That thing called I. And these things called kilesas or mind poisons or mind weeds, they're no joke. Have you ever done some weeding? It's not, oh, let me identify this weed and pull it out. It comes right up. No, those things have roots. Sometimes they break off. Sometimes it's really, really hard to get them. You got to dig down. You got to go after them, root and branch, to get them out. Some of them, they're real easy to pick, but the roots are really hard to get. Some of them grow around prickly bushes, so you really don't want to put in the time. You just want to pull the thing, but then it grows back, kind of thing. These things grow up strategically around things you don't want to deal with. Like, this feels too painful, like there's a wall of pain around the kilesa. So before you even think about going there, you don't even go there. Because that thing called I believes it's too painful for you to bear. But that's not true. Come on, psychological pain, if it's self-induced, okay, in an automatic way, but just have some fun with it. Think up something that might be painful for you. Like, oh, maybe my phone was stolen. When in fact, now this is a spoiler, you just misplaced it. You put it on some type of black surface that you don't normally put it on because you were being unmindful, and it was there the whole time. Nobody touched it. There was nobody in the place. Place was locked tighter than a drum. So you sort of half knew that it couldn't be stolen, but you let the kilesas and the thing called I come up with all these different kinds of theories of how someone broke into your place and took your phone. You sort of half just let it run because you wanted to see how these things work. Like, okay, look, I hear what you're saying. I hear it. Somebody came in and stole my phone, but it's so unlikely that I'm just gonna not let myself get carried away here. And it will turn up eventually, like that saying. It'll turn up eventually. Like, wait until tomorrow when I'm a little bit less foggy and I can see things, the sun is shining and I can see everything with a better light. And I go through my day anyway, and it's bound to turn up kind of thinking. But at the same time, you feel this kilesa of doubt. Just like, well, if that's true, that nobody stole it, then why didn't you find it? Like, why wasn't it there where you put it or where you thought you put it? The next day, by the way, you found it on top of the coffee machine. You put it there because you were using it, there was some type of box that required a Bluetooth connection, so you thought by elevating it closer to the window the connection would have been better, but you soon forgot about that and something else came up. And when you went to make coffee the next day, eureka, surprise, the whole mystery was solved. It was just a wild night of kilesas and blamings and agita and anxiety and what if this, what if that. Just running around like a lawnmower. He did it, she did it, that could have happened. Right? Now this had a happy end, but look, a lot of people are just caught in the three realms and with the mind poisons that way. And they're not getting any closure. And so that's why the narrator of the story, or the narrator of your story, needs to give it closure. And you just have to put those things to rest and say, all right, not now. Especially, I think these things attack people at night. I think, especially people that are egoically captured during the day, so we have to suppress things. I think a lot of people work just to suppress these mind poisons because they have to stay egoically focused on things, so they're able to suppress the other things going in their mind, which is a strategy for some people. But having skills and having the toughness to face these things and to depersonalize them. See, that's the thing. If you're identified with that thing called I, it might be too much to bear. But if you're disidentified, you're like, okay, wow, this is the theater of the mind. Look at this. Tonight, it's conspiracy theory time. Some entity beamed themselves in and managed to make off with 2 items. That the thing called I wanted, really, because they wanted to do this thing, they wanted to listen to that thing, and they could only hear it on this thing, and so there was one involved as well. Then there was blame, and then self-blame, and then doubt. It was a circus act, and went on until unconsciousness, and then faded into consciousness, had to go to the potty in the middle of the night, and then started over again. Round 24, self-accusation, worry, doubt, blame, and then he, she, it, something could have been a ghost, right? That's when we start getting into even the further realms. A ghost did it. It had to have been a ghost. Because some things have no other explanations. Look, I'm not even going to write that one off. I think at times it can happen. Now see, secularists and everyone else, oh, boo, boo, don't say that. We can't square that circle with our need for materialistic kinds of closures. But why not? Look, there's some people, they'll tell you there was no other way. No other way. Then these skeptics show up. Well, I'm going to debunk this. Hey, F you, man. You don't need skeptics in all cases. But in any case, yeah, these mind poisons, they're no joke. They're aggressive. They're captivating. And they can really run you ragged for no reason whatsoever. How about that? Delusions. It was delusional. Your mind just didn't come up with a place. And it was combined with unmindfulness. Or not being aware. Because if you were aware where you put it, you would have found it again. But you just weren't being mindful enough. Your mind was someplace else. For example, okay, this might be a good location to put it, but it might not be a good location to find it, especially if I forget. So maybe I shouldn't put it here, kind of awareness. Right? Maybe I should wear it or have it in some pouch that I can carry with me, kind of thing. And if I can't carry it sensibly, then I leave it in a space where it's safe, and then I just don't take it with me. How about that? No? You got distracted, you got unmindful, and then you made some kind of oversight, and look how you pay for it later. Like 18 hours of sheer terror. And just something as random and ridiculous as that. How is that being skillful? And yet you could start with the self-blame, but of course the relief is so immense that you don't do that in that instance. But if it took another day, that self-blame would have been there. That delusion still would have been there. And all of that agita would have been there. Oh yes, it would have. And this in a place of changing forms and conditions, this universe. So that thing called I can believe that you're crazy at times. And it really believes it, like it's the only person in the room. You know what? I think you're crazy. See, my comedy routine starts again. I woke up this morning and a thing called I called me crazy. And that's a hard one because there's nobody else there. There's nobody else burning the eggs with the hairnet on and makeup from yesterday and a cig hanging out their lips calling you that. That would be different. But when a thing called I tells you that's hard to dodge, isn't it? First thing in the morning, the first thought comes in one's mind. That's it? That's the principal of the school that's called over the intercom system? Whole school knows it. Called you out just like that by your name. Please report to the principal's office immediately. A thing called I thinks you're crazy. The man's crackers. He's crackers. That's what's wrong with him. Well, here's another question. Can you afford it or not? Being crazy is free, isn't it? But what about crazy is it? Crazy like a fox? If so, that's not all that crazy. Foxes aren't all that crazy. Watch a couple of foxes someday. I like when it gets cold and they just curl up in that big fluffy tail that they carry around with them. And they're really warm. They got their little legs underneath it. They put their little nose underneath it. They're covered. Didn't even carry a blanket with them. But they're covered really for a 24-hour cycle, which includes the night, which includes the cold, which includes winter, rain, not just sun, and spring. And they're all right. They're doing okay for themselves. They'll find places that work for them better depending on the season. They don't think much of it. They're okay. So you crazy? Be at least as crazy as a fox. But keeping that comedy routine going, just ever have people make a bunch of suggestions for you that just weren't very helpful, but they were trying to be helpful? Ever experienced that? Like, oh, well, thanks for that suggestion, but it wasn't really helpful. I mean, did they mean to do that? Some do. Like, they'll make a sarcastic kind of suggestion. Or maybe they do think that lowly of you. Like, well, that would be something appropriate for you. But there's a certain amount of conceit in that kind of suggestion, such as they would know what would be best for you. But on the other hand, if you're not conceited, then you don't have to see it that way, because it's not about necessarily being higher than what it is that they recommend to you. that you would take offense to a suggestion like that. Because are we really better than or less than a task that we choose to do? And what task are we choosing to do? Is it a second kind of kintsugi measure where we are repairing a second broken spot? Can we take a little bit more time with that and playfully experiment on how to reinforce a joint or create some kind of new dovetail or geometric shape that, when it fits together, is stronger than the original, than nature itself that had that weak spot, but wasn't weak really in the context of what it was doing, which was growing before it was ripped out of its soil by continuous waves and then floated and then was retrieved. And now that joint might not be good enough for a walking stick or a cane. But that only proved itself in use. And in using it, it broke. But that 18th point allows us to fix it, to return to it, to have compassion and understanding for it. It was not built for that. But now it's been transformed into that. And through the transformation, there are breakages, but there's also compassion and foresight and Kina's artistic capability that can make it a thing of even grander significance by attending to the Reito, the El-Has, and moving in a direction that is dynamic, that is more beautiful than before, that is more accomplished than before. And yet, if the audience boos, you're not really cut out for that audience. Why are you standing in an audience of people that just boo things that they can't tangibly see? They don't tangibly value. They feel they are in a position to judge. And yet, would you judge the judger? Would you be reciprocating an unskillful practice? Or can you just let that go? There you are, you walked out into the theater, and you had an amazing performance, a theater of the mind, and one lone duffer out in the bleachers. Boo! That's what comes. That's what comes back from a crap temporary. Some pigeon that just flew in to wreck someone's day. A thought like that. Can't you laugh? I'm sure it's happened. Think of the most accomplished musician that has ever lived on this planet with his most masterful instrument on his best day. Whoever had the privilege to listen to it, just imagine at least one of them shrugged their shoulders and said, meh, something like that. Not good enough. Or maybe I wanted to hear something else and that wasn't really my thing. So let's just see that. Let's just say it's true. Well, it's impossible to please everyone, and it's ridiculous to try to do so. But if it was good enough for ourselves, we have to be satisfied with that. So you can overshoot what kind of things you're demanding satisfaction in. If you're demanding an uproarious applause for your profoundly funny, profoundly inspirational, deeply moving kinds of compositions, you're expecting an applause for that instead of a cold bucket of disdain by subnormal people, then you have wrong view, wrong expectation, wrong requirements. That's like a ticket on some kind of public transportation that costs $1 million. You're just not going to get on it. You can't pay that price. That would be first class. But then you look, oh, wait a second. There's another option. It's free. I'm satisfied with it. You hit that button, you get a ticket, you can ride for free. The other button you can't pay for. So it's not going to take you anywhere. You can't afford it. You might, even if you pay it once, you get on once, you're probably not going to be able to have, you're just going to be missing the change on the next time around, the next day, the next opportunity, the next listener. Just imagine that there were 1,000 people that listened to this, and 990 of them felt offended, disturbed, agitated, bent out of shape. Some one, two, or third realm is where they are, so nothing you say can really do anything for them except make them angrier. They just keep getting angry. And you showed up and you're the lightning rod for that. Was it you? Why did that person flip out? Like, you just said the word love. And they lost their minds to start screaming. It's not true, you're lying. Yeah, just. This is how people are. It provokes them. Just that one word. Because that's what they have blocking them from the truth. From internal congruence without any insulation between it. A totality of transcendent transformation, the transcendent function, the being without requirements, the eternal now. Awareness. That word, deepen it. But look inside, not outside. And then sort things out. Okay? You could have some chalaces in there. That's okay. It's a filtering process. It's a gradual process. Like healing, you want your finger to be perfect, but you hit it with a hammer. So it has to heal, which means the cells sometimes go apart and then they come back together in a holistic kind of way. It's great when things heal, isn't it? Like, have you ever had a bad skin rash? And then you thought you took care of it and it got worse, and it took a turn for the worse, and all of a sudden it seems to be spreading. That's terrifying. That's why it's good to be aware of your health, your mental health. If the kilesas are expanding, you need to make changes. Because kilesas are your personal responsibility. I think this is the key point. This has nothing to do with moralizing. I'm not trying to convince you. I'm just saying, as someone looking from the outside, I do think that suffering is avoidable. That's the good news, friends. Someone wrote in and said, your comedy is so unfunny that I just cry the whole time. And I said, look, you're looking at things wrong. What part of an enlightened viewpoint is crying all the time about what, again? Changing forms and condition? Can we not have compassion on all living beings? Is it impossible? Just the theory at first. Then the reality. Is it possible within you to heal completely despite having almost died because of these terrible, terrible things that are so real, that can possess us from time to time, but we can let that go. And every day, expand your timeline. You're not crazy. You're just healing. That's it. You know, all these labels, somebody's crazy. Well, that doesn't say anything. How crazy? I like saying crazy like a fox, but not how these Padujanas imagine it to be. Fox not like that either, is he? But they think it means, I don't know, cheating someone or something like that. Is that the kami of a fox? I think it's pretty disrespectful on a basic level. Such elegant creatures, so finely tuned. And problematic at times unless one designs things properly. They're known to be somewhat sensitive and clever. Very perceptive kinds of creature. But in a good way. Like, look at it from the good way. What a wonderful life. But also not so wonderful. Look, it's a realistic life. They died too. A lot of times they freeze in lakes and things because it's easier to cross a lake and it's snowy and the ice isn't melted properly. They fall in and freeze over the winter. That's just life and death cycle. It's part of the great expression of humanity that it can, on the 18th number, place healing as a priority of all kinds, especially of a psychological nature, should one have been afflicted with mind poisons, just like that. We could see it as neutrally as chemistry. And there's antidotes to it. There's effective practices that can counter it. And it's recommended that people follow these practices so that they are free of mental illnesses of all kinds. Especially the three realms. Greed, anger, delusion. Oh, those three realms. Oh no. What type of gray zone are you in regarding those things? See, some people will just say, oh no, I'm done. But that's not what the practice is about. The practice is filtering. active filtering, passive filtering, to get to that purity of the drops, the dewdrops of inspiration. The diamonds that sparkle so celestially, so pure, so clear, as if one had the perfect optics that adjusted to the changing forms and conditions of ultimate, universal reality. The good news, my dear, dear, dear friends, meine sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, the good news is that things can get better for you psychologically, and then you'll be able to see things like ill will combined with delusion that might cause mind poison that is unavoidable too. Sort of complex kinds of things like that just need to be dropped, but easier said than done kind of thing. But first you got to see it before you can do it kind of thing. That's awareness. See, some people are like, oh yeah, I'm aware. No, you're not aware. See, you're in that 17, one of the 17 hindrances. Or distractions, I guess you could put it that way, because they sort of hinder you, because they sort of distract you, because you sort of keep going in those directions, which is circuitous habits. So how do you deal with that on a personal level? Kind of question what is wholesome and what is not, what is congruent, what is not, what is pure, what is not, and just sort of sorting through, like, oh look, everything fell out of my pocket again, and now, oh, my travel bag, I dumped that out. What do I have accumulated here? What do I need? What don't I? What's broken? What's maybe punctured? Keeping all those things, because those things are with you because they're important, but if it's not important, you don't need it either. So you have to make decisions like that, small ones. And then you look at, maybe the bag needs to be cleaned, keep things clean. Like hygiene's very important when traveling. Doesn't matter where you go, especially if you're on cliff faces or in deserts. It's quite valuable. It's so civilized. Of course, some people can overdo it. Then it's too heavy. So what do you have with you and what you don't? You know what I like? I like charcoal toothpaste. At least some of it in it. I do. I like having it even if other people don't have it. Because really basic hygiene is your own responsibility, which also requires foresight, planning, and comfortable, rugged luggage that you never lose because it's the only thing you carry with you, or the most important things that you may or may not feel are very, 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 very important to you, very useful, very reliable, but nothing else. Okay, that's pretty small. And if you carry around a bigger bag, you're going to notice the dukkha factor. I've carried this thing all day. I'm exhausted. And then you look in, oh, I had to have these 3, 4, 5 books in here. What? Look at that volume. Look at that density. What good is a book to you in circumstances that are dynamic like that? You have to put the books down. Perhaps return them to the library. Someplace people can get something out of it. If it's a good book, if it isn't, recycle it. A lot of bad stuff has been published. A lot of trashed kinds of literary things. Sort of Pulp Fiction, but not the entertaining kind. Yeah, that stuff, just recycle it. Nobody needs it. It wasn't worth anything the day it was published. It was produced at a loss. And a couple of snow blowers and glitter bombs and a couple of infomercials later, the stuff's sitting around. So curate your life. But see, that's just some scenario. That's probably in the jungle. It's not like that. They don't have no books. They do have other things, though. How about different kinds of snakes and knowing which ones are really deadly and poisonous and where they live and how they act versus being a tourist from Ontario, something like that. Gee, what's that? Is that a stick? You don't think it happens? Of course it does. How could they know? The different habitats on this planet are extremely diverse. Ever rolled around Papua New Guinea? You know, took a stroll, threw a boomerang or two? Have you? What do you know about that place and why? So you're probably way denser than you can possibly know. Which is okay. Right? Forgive yourself for not being all-knowing. Why did you even think it was possible? That was delusional. So recognizing one's limits is a definition of sanity. I am not an acrobat, okay? Not a real one. I physically am not up to the task, and it's not really something that I decided to pursue. And I can't say that I regret making that decision, although I have a deep appreciation for performers that perform at a level like that, which is oftentimes amazing. But you have to be at the top of your game. You cannot be having your mind here or there or anywhere else. You have to be about the performance for it to work and look good. Just like that, your life is just like that. Super normal people are concerned about things just like that. For good reasons. You pick up a disease, you're gonna be in a bad way. You might die. Or how about this? Spread it to others. That's a gift that keeps giving, doesn't it? So who's been a vector for disease and bad ideas and pathogenic ideological contaminations? Why would they be considered good or credible people if the results are that, the fruits are that? So who's really causing problems and why? Well, we don't have to point fingers to people. We can just find the valid psychological principle, people, places, and things in the three realms. With the poisons. Three realm, well, let's not forget ill will, hate, right? Just dislike, aversion. That is a fiery realm. That has explosive potential that is limitless. And so one should not go that way. Can I get a let's wish all living creatures well moment, inject it right here? You're alive? Great. I wish the best for you. I don't need to know you. Just on the general principle, that's the basics of ethics towards one's fellow man. That's just should be a common principle. Any violation of it is a sin. And yet it happens. Because this is a realm of changing forms and conditions. And a lot of times people didn't even know. And it could have happened some other way anyway. And so why get worked up about things like this? When it's perspectionist at best. And delusional 100%. Whatever narrative you have developed about your life, it's probably very limited and potentially bizarre and very unnecessary. What story do you tell about yourself? Is it true today? You're a star athlete today, 40 years later, but that's how you define yourself? How do we get caught up in these things? How can you be an Olympic skier your entire life, but not be one because of perhaps certain limitations that are understandable? Is one still fencing? Like tit-tat, 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 for what? For what again? What type of attainment? What type of recognition? What if it was one's fate to be the most significant poet that ever lived, that anyone knows about up until now? What a fate that would be. And yet there's just all different types of fate. The fate to be in between things, where things might not go as expected. And none of us are immune from that. So wish all living creatures well. That will help us get past any kind of enmity that may be there for an other that essentially does not exist. That one could even think as some kind of shadoic illusion that one could get worked up about for the sake of getting yourself worked up for what again? Oh, the third realm. Well, what if we stopped doing that? What would we be worked up about again? Oh, the weather is not perfect. My coffee is 5 degrees cooler than I would prefer to have it. Watch your mind make these little things that release poison into your day when in fact you should be grateful for each breath. Each breath you breathe in, gratitude, just feel it. That you have this practice that you can detach, that you can purify yourself incrementally, consistently, always finding your way back to it kind of reliability that is so precious that those that have it can only give it away. Ever walk over a wide beach, looking down in the noonday sun, real slow? Do that sometime. And just imagine you're walking on the moon. It's sort of like that. The texture of the sand, the sounds. This here Earth has a lot of space full of natural paradise. That doesn't involve a lot of people squabbling. about things, doing things, overdoing things, underdoing things, whatever the case may be. How about one's own expectation versus no expectations, and yet being in places that, now some people might say re-energize the batteries. I think that's sort of a bad comparison, but on the other hand, it does show the gradualness of it. It takes time to take it all in, the good stuff. Let it permeate into your soul. Just the other day, a guy looked at me and said, "What, going to the beach? This ain't a beach day." Well, for me, it's a beach day. I like it when it rains at the beach, among other things. There's drizzle, there's fog, there's hurricane level kind of storms. I like being at the beach. So every day can be a beach day like that. Just like with thoughts and going through difficult times, it's like being in a storm. And then there's the good times, Vunyo. Just see it before you and feel it, take it all in. Good times. Hey, Christmas Eve, we all made it. We've even got some hot cocoa and a warm fire and good fellowship. Some good people that have been through all different types of challenges. Good, bad, who knows, right? Let's not forget the Taoists and all of their contributions. They've been very far along on the compassionate and also adaptive kind of level, so that it's really grassroots, it's organic, it's so basic, so simple, it's so real, it's so without conceit, it's so authentic. It's like walking across a wide beach, nowhere in particular, and letting each metaphor absorb within you, becoming part of you. You're part of the landscape, and this landscape is part of you. And let it wash away, imprint something else on your mind than cages and hindrances and disappointments. That's not what Vunyo is about. How about comedy in music lyrics, also those country music lyrics, just a little bit of comedy. It's not so sentimental, it wakes people up somewhere in between. That's some real country because of that twist, turning that those lemons into lemonade. Out there, that is possible. Other places too, but more of a psychological nature, but that's okay because that's everywhere. You don't have that. What's the point of having the real thing or a real thing for a time until changing forms and conditions makes it different, with or without your attachment, with or without your unnecessary suffering. Did you know the sun is going to expand one day and everything here will go away that was material? That's sort of like death of a different kind. It's pretty total. But if you've had an attachment to another physical form, another physical body, en personne, a life form, an idea, a dream, a poem, a hymn, a mantra, that may or may not have been delusional, but there were still good parts to it, even if ultimately it was more instructional at the end, being an illusion, brought you here. To transform in this dimension and to use that 1 in 18th pieces of karma to build wisely and take a lot away probably first, and then only build back maybe nothing. Maybe something, maybe nothing. Depends. If you need it, build it. If not, don't. But what do you need if you have very simple thoughts and desires, which there's nothing wrong with that at all. Wait a second. I know. Let's plan an evening that's super complicated. See, here's my comedy routine. Everybody wants to have a party, but everyone tries so hard that they end up wrecking the thing. And it's just hilarious because it goes the wrong way. Like, it really wasn't intended to go as wrong as it did. But it did. And then it was funny, but then it was sort of messed up too. And then you got to get through that part. And not just the falling off a ladder and people laughing part, but, just recovery in general. Like, if one's ego has been bruised, one's going to have to pick up the marbles just wherever they lay. You had 1,000, now you only got 2. If that, maybe just 1. I got 1 marble left. Why not? It's better than nothing, but is it? I like nothing too. How about this? I lost it a couple of days. I found it. I'm happy just as before, but now I do take a little bit more notice of it. It is something that's just slightly special for now until it's gone. Like here today, gone tomorrow kind of existence. Comprend? So the power of now is also the expression of now. What is now in your world? And is it worth becoming something? Or is it better worth just leaving if it's 3 realms or poisons? And once you get there, then you can contribute. And before then, it's really about contributing to your own mental hygiene so that one does not stink up different spaces with all those acrimonious foibles that were so regrettable in their time and yet aren't definitive at all. I was splashed from head to foot from a puddle of horse manure just 5 days ago, but now, by golly, I'm not wearing those clothes, and I've taken a shower and perhaps attended to other things that needed to be attended to, so I'm feeling okay. I forgot all about that. And I won't be so foolish in that area. I think I know a little bit more about how to avoid that, but people from foreign countries might not catch that. Even if it's 20 years from now, they'll get that. If that's their destiny, their karma, right? There might be a synchronicity there. There might not be. This universe is highly complex, way more complex than going theories, which gets a lot of people lost when there's so much simplicity at the bottom. With no worries, no nothing. No grime, no attachments, no regrets. Not just saying that like some type of trumpet that wants to be proudly heard for some reason. This is a blast into the free heavens with no one listening. Or if so, here's that more disdain than love. A genius. When was that never so? But is it pride to admit it? Or is it better to leave pride behind so that one not bend one's art for some crooked ears so that it fits like a key and then unlocks? What then? An old lock of rusty bulge. No one's come back, it's still click-clacked. Someone forgot to oil it, and now it's there. What is the point of hindering yourself on your path with these things that are clear? If only you would see them that way. But you need so much more time, but that's okay. Because if it takes 100 years, at least you got closer to the finest of fine. Forgive yourself for being a part of a this or that kind of social convention. Because it really doesn't matter where you are. Every place has some kind of social convention made up of the people that are just going through the motions or have been for many years. And some of them have okay ideas, some of them don't. If some of them could just sit down and take a couple deep breaths, they might come up with some better ideas, or just let them go. Be content with what is, what isn't, what is becoming and what isn't becoming. See, that thing, awareness, sati, is one thing that you might think you are until you step back from that and then take a look at just what crisscrosses through your mind when you're looking out to see what just comes in. That's why kilesas, mind poisons, also mind weeds, that might be a little too passive. Think of them like eels or like mind kind of channels, living creatures that have like a living idea, wholesome or unwholesome. And with delusion and without delusion, you get these mind streams. There you go. See, they always say, they're like, well, you know, stream enterer. Don't think of that necessarily like putting your foot in a stream. That means sort of you see streams, different kinds of streams. Like you can see a symbol just like looking at ink blobs, right? You can start seeing patterns in that if you stare at it long enough. In fact, that was sort of a method they used to get people to open up who were in some kind of catatonic state, because it's a very neutral thing. Just tell us what you see here. Now, of course, some people can't be helped, or their projector is faulty, right? And they just keep seeing one bad thing after the next. Or it might be a kilesa, right? Almost like it has an animal spirit. It's alive. And so are you channeling it? Is it channeling through you? Is it wholesome? Is it not? Is it delusional? Is it, let's get riled up about this kind of thing? Like from a third realm kind of place? Like angry thought, angry kilesa just pops up, starts like hitting you like a hose. Well, like I said, an eel, it sort of swims through your mind takes it over for a little bit, and you can watch that with awareness if you step back that far to see that happening. How about this, like goldfish swimming? Do you ever look at different goldfish? One looks goofy, the other's got like a black eye, and there's white spots, and got some goldfish breeders out there that really put a lot of thought into eccentricity, and some are bigger than others, and they all have their own little personalities. Well, yeah, that's sort of like mind streams. And so you can watch one of them closely with awareness. It's not you, it's not yours. There it is, a life of its own, swimming this way and that way. Where does it take you? And why not just get off that stream and focus to the breath again? And wait until something else comes up. See, a lot of these thoughts, they don't like it that you have decided to, I wouldn't say take it easy, but you've decided that nothing is okay, and these other thoughts, they feel like their thoughts are more pressing than that. And so you'll just be sitting there, and out of the blue, there they will appear at a very inappropriate time, in a very inappropriate way. Try to get you worked up about something. And it's sort of strange, because again, it's like just like some type of awkward stranger pushing a hard sell on you when you're just looking at the waves. This should have had enough sense to just not pitch you at that time. It's just, there's no point. But you ever experienced that? You're at the beach, and then some more annoying places than others in the world where tourists go, and then there's a bunch of poor people in the bushes, and instead of begging, they have something they gotta sell you. If they don't have this, they got that other thing you don't need, and it's overpriced. And some of them can be pushy. Well, there you go. That could be a Kalisa for you. You pay too much for something you don't need, and it's at the wrong time. Now, when they're there making themselves a nuisance, if it's for real, then you might have to pay them something, or you just insist enough times until they finally go away. And then maybe the next day you won't be there at that time or that place. You might go someplace else. But when they're making that push, that's like a mind stream. Some of them are very pushy. And depending on your skill and your stubbornness and whether or not, imagine that, you really don't have any money. No, you don't. You have no money. No, you're not taking any promises. You're not going to take it on loan and then give it to them back when you have the money either. You just don't have it, so it's going to have to keep on walking. Now, I don't want to give any of those people trying to make a living kind of bad name or something like that. I'm just using it as an example. And then imagine they don't take no for an answer, but you happen to have a walking stick, and then they come at you close and you kick off, and then it's like that. But then they disappear because it was just a thought. It's a lot easier dropping a thought, a kalesa like that, than it is a real person. See, with a real person, it could be life or death. You don't know. But these thoughts or thought streams that would come in and hijack what you were thinking about and put you in the wrong direction, or get you jammed up about this or jammed up about that, or down about this, down about that. Old age, sickness, and death is all around us, people. You want to find a reason? You sure as hell can find one. And even if you don't go looking, it can come and find you. Again, these things from 5 years ago, something will show up just like that. There's a sound and there's some type of trigger. There's a flash of color or something, and all of a sudden, there you are back in that mind stream. Now that sounds terrifying, and many people, that's what gets them. But what they don't realize is you just wait it out. With awareness, you see it like a movie. You see the way that train is going, and then it just goes without you. It leaves. Like I said, you can either switch to the breath. That's when you take active measures. Or you just watch it. Try to pitch you. At some point, you might have the skill to do that, or the patience. And that's a big relief. It's like, all right, that's gone. What else is next? Doesn't have to be a next. Just looking out here across this ocean. That is one heck of a flat line. Well, it's not even flat. It's sort of concave, and yet still, there ain't nothing on that horizon between heaven and earth. Look at that. No obstructions at all. That's the way your mind should be. No thoughts at all. Just let it filter out like that. See, that's what people say when they're talking about meditation. That's real meditation. Bringing your thoughts to zero and curating. Like, I cannot believe I had these 3 mind streams try to pitch me today. Maybe it was more than 3. Maybe it was like 100 different strange perspectives on things. But that might be that 17-part karma, and I just stayed in the 18th part. And then I incrementally took some new direction with my thoughts and left all the unwholesome stuff behind. And it didn't seem all that daunting. Like in the beginning, I think when you're punching through the Negredo stuff, and it seems like it's never ending. In fact, you don't know which one to jump on, what mind stream to jump on, what not, because you're used to being in one. But the whole trick is just to let that go, that thought go, that need go, that pressure go, that hurry up and wait kind of go. And just ride it out. And get completely clean that way. Reestablish a zero baseline. Like zeroing in your scope. You have to make minor adjustments at times. You thought everything was perfect. You fired off a couple of shots. You're low and to the left. Something happened. You got jostled, perhaps. That's why you do these things. So make a couple adjustments. Bang, bang. You're up and to the right. Okay. You overcorrected. There you go. Just take your time. Do the observations. And then pop. Oh. Wow. Dead center. Just like that. The whole technique. The entirety of the physical act as well as the theory, right? The windage, everything, distance. You had to establish those things first before you could zero it in. And now it's zeroed. So now that's one less variable. Your mind has been zeroed. You've zeroed in on awareness. You've gone through the training. Now you're not delusional. There's 100 different things that could work you up right now, but you're letting them all be. There's 100 other things that you could be grateful for, and you're focusing on those instead. And so it's a subjective reality. That's right. It's one without any distractions. There's nothing outside that's necessary for that to happen. In fact, really, the stuff from the outside can only jam that up. And that means well-intentioned people and those that aren't that. And sometimes you have to think about rude and crude and distracted people, whether it's intentional or not, that they end up jamming things up, living in their fast and loose kind of way of life, that they can be so inconsiderate and essentially block things up instead of clearing things away. But again, to place too many expectations on other people is a recipe for disaster. So you can see them and how they're blocked up and how they're jamming themselves up. And you can sort of get out of their way, help where you can, but not be in a place that requires some form of doing something that might not be worth doing. And yet, it might be worth doing if they're there, if it's a meaningful way of interacting, if it can be made that, but it shouldn't be something that one needs to have in order to have meaning, if that makes any sense. You yourself should be perfectly centered, and when alone, perfectly content. And this might sound, oh, this is self-satisfied or navel-gazing or something. That is just hater language. It's not about that at all. You can be centered with other people, and when they're gone, you're just as centered, that kind of thing. Like you're not in some kind of neediness. There's not some kind of deficiency. And when you come together, it's a great time to have a great time because both are coming from a very centered place, a very adult, mature, complete place. And not, oh, I need to do this, I need to do that. I want you to do this, I want you to do that. Why won't you do this, why won't you do that kind of place. Because that is no place to be. That's a bad place. But admittedly, getting these things right, it requires art and science, and more art than science. And mostly just getting out of other people's way, keeping out of other people's hair, and keeping out of other people's business. Not having to do everything and being quite content just to do what it is that one does, even if it's indescribable, like poetry or literature or one insight or another, philosophy. My God, imagine trying to be socially acceptable on the basis of philosophy. Let me try to make you all understand this philosophy here first so that you can feel comfortable about how I've come to see the world. It's impossible to do that. So in many ways, we've been socialized to be extroverts, and yet that is not really a recipe for success, is it? If you start with introversion, you can become extroverted along lines that would keep you grounded and not as some rootless entity that is always looking for something and never finding it out there. And yet out there's a lot of beauty, there's a lot of great things, but you got to get there in an unjammed way to really experience it the way that it should be experienced, in a super normal way and not in a jammed way, or one that's filled with all those mind poisons in the three realms. So how many people are in hell right now? How many people are going there? That question was asked the Buddha. And I think the long and the short of his answer is a whole lot of people are going there and are there. That it's very few that aren't there and don't go there. So if you're one of those, if you have the ability and the inclination and the karma to find the path and practice, even if it's a small part of the path, small part of the practice, you should just feel an overwhelming sense of gratitude right now. Like profound, universal, oceanic gratitude, just steeped in it. Remember, what you think about is optional, how you act is optional, and how you approach other people is optional. And a lot of what other people think about other people is all projection. And if they aren't following the 5 precepts and they're not good people, they're going to have all different types of crazy bad projections about other people. This is why they say don't gossip. Because low, super vulgar people think, oh, this other person is just as low and super vulgar as me, and this is what I would do in their position. And then they start talking bad-mouthing people on the basis of that. It is unbelievable. People are ridiculous. But those are not exemplary people, right? If anything, they're just normal. They project badness. They're bad. You're missing nothing being around them. And should you believe a bad person, you might think bad things too. And what would be the benefit of that? But again, it's really not about the other people. It's about the other thoughts, the thoughts other than you and yours that might, for a time, seem to be you and yours. If they're unwholesome, just let them go. And that's where people, again, your concept of meditation depends on how far you've been able to develop the skill that is called awareness. That many people take for granted, but they're not aware in the sense that is common. I'm talking about supernormal awareness. Being aware of thoughts that one would otherwise think are them and theirs, but with pure awareness, you can also make pure decisions regarding purity. And so it isn't the normal thing, and you shouldn't think of it in the normal way. And you should give more thought to it and the other things happening psychologically, which have nothing to do with external distractions. Someone wrote in and was like, well, I heard about them 5 precepts, but what do I do if I wasn't able to do all 5 one day? Thank you. Look, that's a great question. People, once they hear about this and they hear about the 5, and oh, you haven't heard about this, 227 is what practicing monks abide by. So you think 5's too difficult? Think of that. Think again. But I get it. I want to make lay people's lives, that means normal people, normal worldlings' lives, as good as they possibly can be. And that means some of you are missing the 5 precepts, not just one-offs. Because you've been sent down that bad and crooked road, you might be missing more than one over extended periods of time. So here is a way to make up for it, and that is to add another precept of the 227, or 2 or 3, as a penance for missing one or the other. For example, here's a good one. I like this one. Not sleeping on a raised bed, sleeping on the damn floor, on your magic carpet. A carpet is acceptable. And perhaps a beach blanket on top of that, your other magic carpet, that's acceptable. Perhaps a pillow, but sleep on the damn floor. And don't get too comfortable, that's the whole point. It's a real kind of non-language based communication with your inner animal. Just like with the dog, you how about this? They sometimes they call it, is it cage or carton? A dog that isn't pooping in the proper places, isn't potty trained. That if you don't beat the dog, you don't scream, but you limit its movements, and you say, well, no, you took a potty in the wrong place, so you get back in your little dog kennel cage as a timeout, as a time to reflect. And that's essentially what you're doing when you're sleeping on the floor. And as far as blankets go, yeah, maybe another beach towel or 2, or maybe a throw rug, because your proper blankets are in its proper place for proper people that do proper things, like follow the 5 precepts. But understandably, that might not happen all the time, so then you're gonna add that. So you were at 4, now you got 5, so you got 4 plus 1 that you pulled out of the 227. And then you might, if it's been really bad, you might want to add some other things, like not touching money the whole day. Like somebody threw a quarter at me the other day. I was like, look, it just bounced right off me. So I don't have to explain this to you. Actually, I've been keeping it to myself. But I've decided not to touch any kind of money today. And so from sunrise to sunset, or let's say sunrise till sunrise the next day, that's making up for a precept that might not have been there when it should have been, on top of on the floor. And then, like I said, go through all 227 and see if you can pick some up The more you can add on top of the one you missed, the better your practice will be. And a good thing is it introduces you to these concepts, and these are, again, micro austerities, micro Dhutanga practice, that, okay, you might not get through the whole day, but you might get through most of the day, and that was good practice. That's like hitting the speedball. If you're a boxer, you did it 3 hours, other people did it 0. That's good practice. You're way further ahead than you think, just because you were hitting that their thing for 3 hours. Didn't touch mine for 3 hours. That's that little gap. It's a hair crack in some type of solidified hold on you that has a hold on a lot of people, that allows them to commit such atrocities on such a regular, unthinking basis. But for you, money's optional, at least in a small way. Now, some people might think, oh, I'm going to be clever and just use a credit card, and that way I'm going to get through it. No, shouldn't be buying nothing. So no monetary transactions that you're directly involved in, be it plastic or any kind of coin or paper. Get your mind on something else than money. We got a money culture. That's a bad thing. That's a degenerate and low and common and vulgar and normal thing. And that might be the first time you hear that. Somebody might say, oh, this is a snob. No, it's not being a snob. Snobs are into money. How much do you make again? That's a snob. Someone who's like, I might be a trillionaire, but I'm not touching money today, just because. That's not a poor person, is it? But it's weird, because poor people will think that's a poor person under circumstances like that. Like, oh, I thought you were going to pay. Well, I don't. Today. Now, don't do that, though, because people might forget that you're practicing and think that you're ripping them off instead. They see, dana is the other thing. That it has very good karma. You do something for free, you give something away, you take care of someone that they weren't expecting it. Don't ask for a thank you. You'll get it. And it's worth, in many cases, unquantifiably more than what it took you to do that. And it adds up over time and into the multiverse and multiple lifetimes. So if you remember it, that's good enough. And a lot of times it won't be appreciated, but, don't throw pearls before swine. But there are genuinely people out there that can use a solid every once in a while. Or you can do a solid for. And that, like I said, could have a multiplying effect. You could have helped a Buddha out on his bad day. Me, his worst day. There's a story about that. Everyone's like, you keep talking about when the Buddha almost starved to death. Well, the other story is that a girl came out of nowhere, saw him starving to death, and asked him if he wanted some, essentially like rice pudding. Ever have rice pudding or tapioca pudding? It's sort of sweet and savory and all that. Well, he had still not reached the middle path. He was near dead. And she brought him that, gave it away for free, then disappeared. Just imagine what, in terms of karma, she got back from that. That's a good contemplation. She won the lottery. And so did he. Just imagine how that tasted. Having finally realized that it's the middle path, not the self-harming or punishing path, that is the right way. Someone wrote in and said, that what you said about parinibbana blew my mind. Can you say a few more words? Thank you. Look, this is the thing. Also, the Buddha, it's like there's Buddhas. This is something that Zen has gotten into, which means awakened. So, or aware. People who are aware and mindful. See, not just mindful, aware and mindful. So you can be mindful about things like, oh, I want to care for all living beings, and then you're not aware that you're committing some type of mistake. See, monks are very, in many cases, very advanced practitioners, but they have around them many simple people also from the country. They know nothing. So they might do something they think is good, but it really isn't. And that's one of the most dangerous delusions of all, is that, of course, we think if we're good people, how do we get fooled? Well, we think we're doing something good. That's that easy. We want to do not just the good thing, we want to do the best thing for everyone. And yeah, that's how they trick us. Oh, you want to help everyone? Well, I got a great idea for you. Why don't you fill in some Stockholm Syndrome plan here and work for us? And ostensibly, you're helping the environment, but what you really were used for as a useful idiot was to block all nuclear projects so that we would get into an energy bind crisis relationship with a bunch of people that were overcharging us for the gloop. Just for a few more years, that's all they thought. And then it just became a continuous thing, and they ended up scotching cultures just to keep their profit model going on a bunch of prehistoric goo, of whose pumps they were meticulously maintaining and cashing checks on a national and international level. So I guess that sort of worked out for them enough to figure out how to mess up some hippies and just spin them around, and who cares what happens to them anyway, because those people are dangerous. Dangerous. Sort of like that, if you know the soundtrack. But really, were they? Actually, no. They were probably concerned about some legitimate things, but as with anything else, you need leadership. You need people with insight, people that don't go too far in this direction, maybe not go in that direction at all, and maybe just do this and that thing that's very practical and has an enormous impact on future generations, because they concentrated on what was achievable under the circumstances. And if that was nothing, then maybe they went into poetry instead, or fabric design, because there was just a bunch of clothes laying around and they had a pair of scissors and they decided to do some really cool stuff with it. But it was all just playful experimentation, right? It wasn't like, let's sign some contracts about some type of startup company, because there's no damn company when you're just playfully experimenting. And you can survive just very well with a fishing pole or a hole in the ground that has water that isn't contaminated with some kind of high-tech chemicals that some type of settlement in some time had maybe not the best wherewithal to decide to inject those chemicals into the water system. But now all that's outdated. And when was the last time they checked the water quality? And why does it taste so funny? And Why are all these people getting sick? Kind of thing. See what I'm saying? You need people watching out for things like that. Otherwise, bad things can happen to all different types of people that didn't deserve it at all. It's just they got caught up in a system of incompetence and pseudo-intellectuals. I want to keep bringing that term back because that's what they used as some kind of word against people that were not in their club. But that's exactly what they are. That's what defines them. They got smart mouths but bad plans, and none of it works, and the results are terrible. So they might fool you going in. Look, anybody can be fooled, but what did they do? What are the statistics? Is that good? No. Then they're not good. It's that simple. So their stories, their histories, their this and that, it's all pretty questionable if it doesn't really make any sense because they're not delivering any kind of good products. You know, like happy people, good design, a prolific people, an enthusiastic people, a safe people, a well-tended to but not overly indulged kind of people, sort of an ethical, disciplined, but at the same time a little bit open, not so dogmatic on all matters, especially ideological ones, which is the chief strength, which is not to get caught up in some kind of systematic way of thinking, but to retain one's dignity, civility, respect, and compassion for all living beings, kind of completely different way of seeing the world and acting in it, because one has taken a intentional choice to see things and do things that way and not in some kind of matrix of rationalizations that have gone way too far and then taken a wrong direction. And that's why we've been having bad results. It's just basic causality. So scientists, comma is your bridge to science. There's a science to it. It hasn't been fully understood, but the basic principle, trash in, trash out, I don't like that one. Bad in, bad out. That's sort of more neutral. But everything sort of works together in an engineering kind of way that if you practically get it right, it's so much better in terms of dissatisfaction versus satisfaction. That if you wanted to sell this, which you don't need to, the stuff would fly off the shelves because it works, it looks great, it's flexible, it's adaptable, and it's scalable. That means your entire civilization can go through a renewal process instead of a decay process should you implement these principles first individually and then on a larger scale so that people can thrive in life instead of feel like that they're in some kind of war zone or hostile environment that makes them not want to do good things and perhaps revert back to some kind of prehistoric times because you have some kind of jamming activity in play where special people don't want there to be progress because other people think it's better when the place that they're in goes away. Just say, what type of person are you? I think it's, at this point, you have to make that decision for yourself. One thing's for certain. We do not live in a perfect world. We don't. A lot of times, it's not even good. But a lot of times that has to do with our point of view and where we might find ourselves, but where we might end up might be a whole lot different than where we might be thinking right now, especially if we're caught up on people, places, and things. Just fill in your variables. Why can't you do that again? What's holding you back? What's holding you back might appear to be good, but if it's holding you back, it isn't. And so if you have a difficulty getting over that hurdle, then you're not alone. That's what delusion is all about. That's one of the three realms. That's why people stay stuck. They think they're doing the right thing, but essentially they're committing themselves to bad karma, which is the definition of not the right thing. And so that's how you have to reevaluate things to have right view. A lot of people are looking at the world upside down. No, this is good. And look, we've been hump-a-dump ding-danged on a social level, like propagandistic networks presenting flipped Moors as normalcy, kind of hybrid war, psychologically damaging, misleading, coming out of all the screens, kind of devastating bad advice and framing. They do this in the most subtle way possible. Just like some car commercial, they had the bikini clad model. Look, if you get a car like this, these are the girls that are going to love you like that. But they didn't have to say that. It was just symbology. And then sex sells. We got the mammalian kind of dynamic going on. So look, forgive yourselves and other people. Please, people, do this for yourselves. Forgiveness is for yourself. Think of forgiveness as one of the most selfish acts that one can engage in, instead of seeing it the opposite way, like, oh, you're doing them a big favor. No, you're doing yourself a gigantic favor. That's what you're doing. And that's really important. And it's not just a favor. I would say it's essential. If you want to break out of circular, self-harming, perfectionist kind of things that people get caught up on, then that's a great way of doing it. But easier said than done. I know that. But let every second of this teaching convince you that if you're seeing it the wrong way, with wrong view, you're not going to do it, or it's just going to be superficial, and you don't realize that forgiving someone, it's not just one and done in many cases, because thoughts come back, memories come back, expectations come back, and you're going to have to forgive yourself and others time and time again for it to be real. Yeah. Psychological beings are not logical, rational, push a button, one and done. Like what I told you right now, I'm willing to bet that of my super normal audience, 99% get that right now. Now there's always going to be a 1% hardhead continue. You can tell them anything and they're not going to listen. But even though you understand that, you're going to forget it, or you're not going to apply it at the point of contact when it comes, because you might not even be aware that that's why you're really angry, or you've taken a different kind of point of view on things. But if that's the case, look, you're forgiving yourself for being a fallible human being as well, when you're even attempting to do the right thing and forgive others that you may have believed harmed you. But again, that could also be wrong. Maybe they just taught you a lesson about delusion, and so you can see them not only as neutral, but as some form of teacher, a life teacher. Yeah, even the guy who you thought wouldn't kick your butt and did, he taught you something. And kicking butts or getting one's butt kicked, it really isn't the point of this existence either. So widen your perspective on these things, and if you can get loose of some type of grievance in this lifetime, you will have better lifetimes going forward. You need irrationality to get over irrationality. There you go, right there. But again, why is it irrational if it does have to do with cause and effect? If there is a psychological cause and effect, for example, forgiving someone, you're never going to be beat up about that person again. You stop beating yourself up about it. That's essentially what you did. But to do that, yeah, you had to forgive the other person. That had to be real. You had to go into that delusion that you had, the way you saw it, the way you thought you saw it, the delusional way of seeing it, and then revise that point of view, to edit it, to perhaps delete it to the best of one's ability, but re-seeing it, but taking all the time in the world to do that. Because if that's what it takes to get free of it, then that's the type of determination, that is to say, right effort, that you need to do it to get free of it, because only with the right effort you're going to do it. You got handcuffs on, no key. What would be the right effort? Think about that. It's happened to people. They had to come up with a not so perfect solution that required a whole lot more determination and a whole lot more ingenuity than they ever thought they had. But they found it when they needed to, when they recognized the problem, which was easier to recognize because we're talking about a physical kind of situation. Whereas these psychological handcuffs, people get those attachments. I can't get her out of my mind. I can't stop thinking about it. I can't stop thinking about him. I can't stop thinking about this insult or that aggravation or that disappointment. Go down the list. Read up on kilesas. These are real things. They're living mind streams, independent of what you want. That's the bad news. Good news is you can become aware of these things and you can disable them. You can let them go. But it's a skill and it requires practice. It requires repetition. It requires awareness. It requires right effort. It requires right view. A lot of things at once. Why can't people just pick up a trumpet and play Hender the way he was intended to be played, or even better than he was intended to be played? Why can't they do that? Why is this world so unfair? Why? Yeah, well, some people can do it, but you didn't see how much work went into that. Some people were born blind. Do you know that? Some of the best trumpet players in the world. Born blind. So that's another thing. People that aren't being as grateful as they can be for what they have, they're robbing themselves of satisfaction. They're engaging in unnecessary suffering. And that, finally, is just unskillful. That's what it is. And you can stop doing that, but it's going to take your utmost attention. So you put yourself in situations where you're not being distracted by people, places, or things. This person, even though you don't want to admit it, might be annoying as hell on some subconscious level, and you feel like you can't admit that because otherwise you'd be a bad person. But that's essentially the situation. That's the hurdle a lot of people can't get over, which is why they get stuck in people, places, and things that are driving them crazy. Okay, that's bad news. But look, this is normal, common, and vulgar. That's to say, your case is nothing special, most likely. And if it is, give it an irrational reason why. 100 lives ago, this could be the payback. There you go. Oh, and by the way, the devil might be involved too. Right? Hello. What do you think? That's just a bunch of... You see those Tibetan images that they drew up themselves thousands of years ago? That's all wrong. Where did they come up with that idea? So, you need a reason, you can find one. A quick point on linguistics and the Pali to English conversion. Look, it's not concentration, it's contemplation. See? Very slight nuance. So, your prayerful meditation via the Eckhart module is, first you sit down, you take a couple of deep breaths, you give yourself the time to decompress every day, every second that you can. You're commuting to work, there you go. You got to be in a place, you sit down in a train, you got an hour commute. Some people put on their headphones to listen to music. You can do a variety of methods, but focusing on the breath and being contemplative. So we're injecting a little bit of the Carmelite-ness, the Eckhart-ness, to get to nothingness. Because contemplative, but not on the unwholesome things. So you have to expect that first off, when you sit down to contemplate, you enter a stage of prayerful meditation, you're going to be bombarded in a common, normal, vulgar way. But just like a series of thorn bushes, you have to wade through that, go through that, experience that, the papa the mind, to get to silence. And then once you get to silence, then there's nothing between you and the archetypes. And of course the archetypes, look, there's Loki in there as well, so you might want to disregard some of those even as well. This is the preeminent pinnacle position that the human dimension offers, is a place between the godly and the hellish, that you can sort these things out. Just like the Greek pantheon of gods, those gods, a lot of them were not very wise. Go read their stories, the mythology. It's all about actually some kind of delusional three-realm thing. Someone gets jealous of some mortal, or there's an insult. Some mortal insults the gods, and then the gods hear it and they take revenge. And so it's not super normal the way one would expect. So you have to sort through that too. And then finally, the option of no action. You can listen to all different types of things, but you can also disregard it. Now, disregarding right view or good counsel is bad karma. Regarding bad advice is bad karma also, right? But regarding the good voices or messages or ideas or spontaneous inspirations that one receives when one declutters the soul by going through those arduous beginner sessions that are just filled with Negredo, that you subject yourself to that filtering process till you reach a moment of total quietude. At that moment, you're receptive to divine inspiration. And a lot of the practice is just getting you to that point, because we have so much clutter. Many of you out there, and I have compassion for you, because you've experienced horrors that are really extreme, especially in these degenerate cultural times where these absolutely horrible people have become or made themselves so important in so many different ways. They've undermined civil society, politics being their chief vector, money, the financial system, the other vector, disregarding all 5 precepts, another vector for bad karma socially. Yeah, right. As below, so above. So if it's bad for the individual, socially, finally, it's like these toxic conduits into our collective environment. But be that as it may, as an individual, as a fragment, you have the potential, just like the Buddha. He went through something similar in the 5th century BC. Northern India could have been such a civilized place. He knew it. But there they were, fighting about water rights, slaughtering each other. It was enough to drive someone crazy, and it almost did in his case. But he, via his methods, his practices, he didn't do that. He used the common, normal, vulgar horrors of his time and transformed them into teachers of enlightenment. And so today it's not different. His path, the path to Buddhahood. Now, I won't say kill the Buddha, but what they're saying is kill the delusion of a Buddha that is somehow unattainable, because once you become awake, you're essentially a part of the Buddha nature. This is the bridge the Mahayana school creates that the Theravada school finds a little too radical. And they do have a lot of legitimate concern. That is why the Theravada school is the core. And anyone adding modules to that should be very careful that they don't veer off into delusionality. However, the liveliness of the Mahayana insights are that no, get this idea of a Buddha out of your head, some supreme being that's unattainable. It is attainable. And if that becomes a blockage, oh, the Buddha is too perfect, you're worshiping the Buddha, then you need to kill that idea to make the practice so much more practical that it's applicable in some cases, horrible, absolutely horrible preconditions. That way, that perspective is not impossible for you. If you destroy the idea of impossibility, then the thing becomes possible, which is to be in a state of awareness, to get in a state of contemplation, not concentration. Every time you hear a venerable bhikkhu say concentration, you hear this correction: contemplation. This is just, think of it as a key that has just been freshly cut. You put it in a lock, it does not turn. This slight refinement takes that edge off of the key so that it turns. Contemplation. See, we can concentrate, but we can also concentrate on the wrong things. Contemplation gives you a little bit of free room to first assess, is this a wholesome or unwholesome thought? Well, if it is, I'm not deepening unwholesome thought. That would be unskillful. So I'm just going to revert back to zero if that happens, and then wait and be patient with the beginner's mind. I've given myself perhaps 24/7, so I'm not rushing myself in these matters because they're so important. Like a truly unquantifiably wealthy person is not penny wise and pound foolish. This statement, all of these pathogenas, they are essentially penny wise and pound foolish. Superhuman, supernatural, super normal people, they put an emphasis on that what normal, common, vulgar people think is trivial, and contemplation is not trivial. You need to there's a sorting phase, there's a acclimatizing phase, there's a long waiting and patient phase, then there's a receptive phase, there's a sorting phase, and then there's finally a choosing and then a pursuing phase. And all of these things require the utmost skill to get right. And if you get blocked on any one of those levels, you will be in some form of the three realms, and also with the poisons. But this is the ultimate kind of achievement, and so give yourself a lot of time, a lot of playful experimentation, a lot of non-commitment to outcomes, preconceived outcomes, and to take it my moment by my moment, day by day, hour by hour, and allow the skillfulness to manifest within you contemplatively, there you go, with a Eckert module with Carmelite additions. And this is where I want to return to a valid critique of so-called scientific management or materialism or all of these things. What makes you supernormal? Well, your preference for mental hygiene. Just like physical hygiene, when you don't stink from your butt or your armpits, and perhaps even you smell of exotic fragrances that aren't overwhelming. It's sort of a subtle kind of being that you cultivate spiritually, not in the physical sense, but there's a bridge between the two. That's what makes you supernormal. So why is that not attainable to common, normal, vulgar people if they so decide? If a common, normal, vulgar person takes a shovel and decides to dig a hole, they can do it, can't they? But it does require effort. And so if you don't apply that right effort, then why should someone think you could dig a hole or attain a spiritual supernormalcy in any other way than dedicating yourself to this essential, absolutely essential and fortunate aspect of this bardo? If you were born a human and can hear this and can make these refinements linguistically so that your key turns in the lock smoothly and you can open that door into the heavenly realms, who else would be benefiting from that other than you? Even if you take all of your hog-like mammalian tendencies into account, who else would be benefiting if you are experiencing extraordinary levels of spiritual health, resiliency, vitality, vivacity. Who else than you? And why not you? What are you blocking yourself with to keep you from the heavenly realms, this side of heaven, but also in the bardos to come? What is blocking you? That is not a good thing. You need to redefine these things. Whatever is blocking you is not a good thing. And it's also not good for others that would block you from that thing, because they might be damned. They might be set on fire like some type of scarecrow. But you were the one that did that to them because you used them as the excuse. You used them as the reason. You set them on fire like a scarecrow, karmically. Because that they were the people that you let hinder you from the heavenly realms. How could it not be this way? And so if you have compassion for humanity, then be compassionate enough to not let those factors or people hinder you on the path or use them as that reason. This is very subtle. It's very, very important. Because you're not doing them any favors at all. Quite the contrary. See, this is how delusion can flip things. You think you're doing the right thing, but they are accumulating massive, perhaps even atomic levels of bad karma. Because you're using them as the hindrance that is keeping you from the path of liberation, the path of equanimity, the path to the heavenly realms. So was it Mara that cloaked them in some type of garments? Was it your mind? Are they that thing? That reason? Or are you attributing it to them? Or are they truly trying to hinder you on the heavenly path? And in that case, see, sometimes it can be a confluence of factors. They are delusionally possessed by Mara mind themselves. And then you might have 20% that is enough of a factor to keep you in circuitous traps of false view. And that suffering, it's so real. It's so immense. If you died right now, what would happen? Would you be trapped? Would you have to do it all over again, maybe as a fish, or who knows what else? I encourage everyone to read Kafka's Metamorphosis, because in his case, he saw it coming. But it wasn't just him. He was seeing it for others. Horrifying vision of the millions of lives lost. To experience reality in such a subnormally, putrefyingly low way, when all the other paths are open to one, if one would just realign themselves, their view, their opinions, let all that go, and transform themselves not into an insect. My goodness. How could you be that low? How could you be that damned? This whole theory. but missing that one insight, that could be it. If you gain that insight, just like a spark, and you hold on to it and you blow and you bring other things like maybe a cotton ball and things that can ignite, and then you keep building that fire, Kinas, it could light you the way out of such future hells. So why shouldn't you do that? Why shouldn't you have the self-care, the concern for your future lives, and in that moment change your mind and make all of the difference in all of the bardos and all of the multiverse, all of the lives to come. Do it. Remember that in terms of Western civilization, that we're reconnecting with lost wisdom. And not in a hokey sense. Look, a lot of times, if you return to archaic times like the 17th and 18th century, they had absolutely no idea about how much was lost. And then we had these utterly ridiculous and horrible world wars that were so retrograde that it's hard to even put it into words. It's impossible. It was a catastrophe beyond all measure. Just like we have continuous catastrophes going forward after that, because nobody's really advanced the things that deserve advancing, such as spiritual hygiene. But that's changing, and these nuances in language between Pali and English, don't let them be a further hindrance to you. Be adaptable, use a lot of playful experimentation, and what a wonderful area of contemplation, deep contemplation, are these Pali words. And what are they really trying to convey again? In what context? And be playful and experiment. Was it this way? Well, no, not actually this way. Was it this way? Well, no, it's actually not concentration. Is it this way? And then, contemplation. Oh, wait a second. That opens a couple of further doors that concentration doesn't have. These nuances, that could be the thing that gets the key turning in the lock. That otherwise, a fresh cut key, it won't work. But the key maker has made it as good as his key cutting device will allow. And it's pretty miraculous that you have a cut key. Technically it will work, you just have to jostle it. But if you file those edges off and become even more exact, then that key is just going to smoothly turn, and that cylinder that was keeping you from that insight is now not there. It's not a hindrance. You turn the knob, you push it, and miraculously it's like a moment of complete bafflement. Wait a second, this door is open. I can walk through it. The whole time I was jostling this way, jostling that way, pushing this way, turning that way. But via playful experimentation, knowing that it was possible, it's finally achieved. And then you're there. Refinement. Listen to that word and go into the depths. Contemplate refinement, micro refinements over time with compassion, because human beings need time to recalibrate in such a sophisticated, supernormal way that is so amazing for them And okay, others might find it amazing too, but that's not the point. Life is a marathon. Take care of yourselves. Take the 5 minutes. Come on. Every spare minute you have to invest in mental hygiene, health, wellness, self-care, without any kind of other three-realm, mind-poison kind of perspective that delusionally one could adopt from time to time. This is how fallible we are as human creatures. So please find some compassion for yourself. Have you been deluded? Welcome to the club. You're so welcome. But discern the insight and take the distance. Make the distance. Be super normal. It's not normal. It's not common. It's not vulgar to do that. You deserve it. I give you permission. In fact, I don't know, not only give permission to the people that have been blocking themselves their entire lives. There could be someone 97 right now that hears this, that unblocks their life and then makes that transition. Redeems themselves at the last millisecond before they die. But hopefully a lot earlier than that. That potential is there. Redemption, my dearest brothers and sisters, my dear Lord, Eckhart, Lao Tzu, everyone. Redemption, this idea is so life-affirming. Urus, it is vitality itself. It's freedom and liberation itself. Should you deepen that word and make it meaningful for you and not think of yourself as lost or defective or your life as a mistake. It never, ever, ever, ever could be that, could it? Value your lives, the way you live, the way you see things, whether or not you are captured by Kalesis or the three realms, brothers and sisters, dear practitioners. Make that your everything. Then do something. If you need to do something. If you don't need to do something, you don't have to do nothing. That's this overwhelmingly positive message to you. Every last living creature, that's how radical this is. To experience that at least one time because I said so. God bless every last one of you. Get out in those natural landscapes and compartmentalize. If you're doing something, compartmentalize that in the context of Zazen. And I'm not saying put that label on it, but if you have to put on a label on it because you're not feeling it, because you haven't cultivated it yet, keep it there as a reminder. And don't let that thing ever fall off. Because the depth of that practice is oceanic. It's very, very, very good. So that's something to contemplate on top of cleansing yourself from the Kalesis. Blaming others. It's always the wrong direction. And look, it's normal, common, and vulgar to do that. Experience it. Let it burn you. Let it twist the knife in you. Let it devour you. Watch yourself while that happens and let that go. Who needs to subject themselves to that? It's unskillful. That's it. It's irrational. It's understandable. it's repeatable, it's exploitable, and yet that 18th piece of this existence called awareness will let us let those things go, especially when they're feeling so important. You're going to shrink that like hopefully like a pin to a balloon all at once with Satori. But it could take some fading, some sanding, some this day 1% kind of refinement until you finally get there and completely remove it in a skillful, elegant, and unexpected way, because playful experimentation allows so much advancement in the practice that isn't dogmatic. And yet we should have a lot of understanding for why it's dogmatic in the beginning, just to get you in the right direction. So accept traditional practice. Do not overestimate your skills. Climbing up a ladder, yeah, okay, everybody can do that, but maybe there's different ladders with different materials and different construction types, and that's a completely different style. How about broken ladder style? Use that skillfully. You need to know your ladder. Your ladder is broken, your mind is broken, your perspectionality is broken. Okay, how do you work with that? I have seen acrobats with the worst equipment that you would visibly see, but they were so expert with their worst equipment that karmically they may or may not have had to advance to parinibbana, and used it so expertly that no one else understood the mystery of their achievement, but they need not, because it was what was available to them. Look at your feet right now. Is it asphalt surface or something else? There's infinite variability, so that variable in this mind moment is true for you, but not for anyone else. Take it down to the electronic molecule level, how unique your experience is, and how causality cannot be dismissed from the equation. How could it otherwise be? Would you dismiss a logical mind, which is the mind of no delusion? Would you do that or accept the truth? Anyway, someone wrote in, teacher, please tell us what is practical. Thank you. Well, look, right now we have new substances, miraculous things that can create chemical combustions that are very dangerous for the human body. These electro batteries, when they burn, they release toxic gases. And so you need to know how to fight this type of fire effectively while reducing human exposure to these new kinds of toxic elements, so that standard procedures are enacted that will save so many lives. People we never could have known, but we're so talented, so insightful, so thankful, so deeply thankful that they could never forget such a teacher that kept them and very other dear people safe, like firefighters. Do not let them die. They must be effective, and they must be trained for the dangers that they will face. And what a danger they face, the kami of fire. what part of the teaching of the Tao has recognized this aspect of universal truth? Fire. There is fire on the sun, the stars. It defines them. And yet we think of fire as just a bunch of burnt litter that should perform some common, normal, vulgar achievement. But how common, normal, vulgar is it? How aware are the people there in that grippingly magical atmosphere? Did they feel down to a molecular level that just energizes them as if they were struck by a lightning bolt? Till they finally woke out of their stupor of oblivion to be thankful for God's miraculous creation that is so accessible to us all if we only had the supernormal values that all of us can develop by degrees in every way, including wishing all living beings well. That they advance, that they do not descend into the hell realms or stay there unnecessarily long to their own detriment. That's it. That's basic humanity. But it's not so basic. Actually, it's super normal. It's so compellingly, compassionately loving and gentle in its approach that it is irresistible to that unquantifiable gold of the spirit that only so few people possess, and yet it is infinitely valuable. Coming back to the point, so practically it doesn't matter your starting point of the practice. My legendarily masterful encounter with a blind trumpet player, in some cases I think was predestined karmically, because how could such an occurrence otherwise happen? Which some people would say was weirdly random. But there's that word, wird werden sein, and then fate, and then the complexity of that trifectorate of infinite depth and mathematical elegance on a supernormal level that is spectacularly, divinely elegant. We should all say Dankeschön, Leibniz. And every time we remember to say that, it's almost as if the stars glow, almost infinitely brighter, because of such an elegant dispensation of delusion that took place with that insight. God bless him and all like him for all time. Dankeschön. In any case, God bless you. You overcame one of the three realms, which is aversion. Right? Look, aversion, please place more focus on that people who are adverse. I so understand you. And yet, that was one of the realms that burnt me the most. Although, what is most? When the Buddha almost drowned in a stream, that was his dirty business, wasn't it? Who else has such a fate as that? And yet we all have in this dimension some kind of humiliating moment. This is why comedy is so important, people. To get over that, the self and humiliation. What are you talking about? This is a dimensional thing. This is a bardo kind of thing. Quick insight. Getting aggravated by aggravating people is not skillful. If someone or something is aggravating, look into that. I brought up the word contemplation instead of concentration. That's obvious to me. But then it's not just contemplation for the sake of contemplation. It's reflection. See, you're the mirror, but your mirror changes. It's a magic mirror. So in that reflective process that is moving towards clarity with skillfulness, you can move through aggravation. What is it about this that is aggravating? Is this person engaged in flagrant, misguided, disturbing, extremely hateful and disrespectful behavior, warlike measures? Well, if so, this person is creating immense amounts of bad karma for themselves. Their potential of being reborn in the human realm is probably zero. And yet there they are, changing forms and conditions, apparitions. Will you let it be yourself be drawn into that orbit, that gravitational pool, like a common, normal, vulgar person would do? You're going to let yourself be influenced in that way? Really? They present to you a circus town of inversion and says, this is socially acceptable to attack and demean men. Well, we've never done that before as a civilization, but you got Poindexters and some type of elaborate production that is presenting that to be normal behavior. Boy, monkey see, monkey do. A lot of monkeys seeing and doing. Seeing wrong things, doing wrong things, thinking wrong things. That's bad karma. So don't do that. Then you're a different monkey, aren't you? You're a free monkey. Be yourself of the monkey mind. Reflective contemplation. Choice intentionality. That's what it's like being in the Jade Vehicle. Now, one of the more insidious parts of our time is that many of us have been put through the rigmarole. We have been let down, we've been attacked, we've been undermined, we've been whipped and abused and neglected and all of these things. In many cases, you could come up with a theory whether or not it was intentional, but if you just replace that with karma, then you don't have to go into any kind of conspiracy. I mean, karma is its own conspiracy. What did you do 100 lives ago? Do you know? What did you dream about 100 days ago? Do you know? Because there could be a bridge there. Could be a metaphor, you see? Always deepen things. Don't dismiss them just offhand. Because then you can't go into the depth. You can't find a way around a hindrance such as the hindrance of ignorance. You know who the worst type of ignorant person is? Is the person who thinks they know everything when they don't. Maybe yesterday it was right, but they think that yesterday is today. And that carryover is fatal. They don't adapt. They're not alive. They're not in the here now. And they haven't let go of all of that baggage, even if they have consciously, subconsciously, it's still there, but they think they got rid of it. So obviously their horrendous moods have nothing to do with that. It's just they're being punished by outside forces or inside forces without much understanding of what that means. But negative social conditioning, what does that mean? That's a very fancy word. And it is sort of a fancy concept, which has fancy results, which can also be negative. Fancily negative results, which say sophisticated, which means you need to bring a certain sophistications to defuse that bomb. Do not misattribute whatever kilesas, mind poisons, difficulties you're dealing with on a psychological or personal level. Do not conflate that with exterior actors or forces or directions or theories or accusations or blamings or dissatisfactions and comparisons, because that would be very misguided, wouldn't it? Isn't that the exact opposite of good practice? Yes or no? This is where we come to the simple part. Can you just say yes or no? And then move further with baby steps once you reach a certain momentous leap forward in the realm of psychological truth that allows you to liberate yourself from misattributions of real suffering to larger group forces. Let's remember and let's return again and again and again with compassion to the question: how do we advance in this very fortunate but very challenging dimension? How can we use every mind moment to liberate ourselves from misattributions, from projections, from blamings, from seeing something that is only there if you're like that kind of existence, which is also negatively biased towards bad karma, because it's one of the three realms, which ends up in being, let's just say, dissatisfaction, irritation. Let's not even say ill will or meanness or hostility or something like that. Let's not go that far, but we could, because that's part of that realm, is it not? Look, just admit it. If you're not going to admit it, if you're not going to see it, if you're not going to accept it, and you're not going to have compassion for yourself and not blame yourself for that, you can say that's normal, common, and vulgar. And hey, look, people pick their nose, they scratch their butt, they do all different types of things that aren't considered skillful. But that's just the beginning state. For someone such as a Buddha or advanced practitioner, they are the definition of civilization. They redefine it just by being present. Such a advanced life form. Someone who they don't get bothered by the stuff other people are so bothered by that they might end their lives because they're suffering so needlessly to such an extreme that they're also misattributing that to others rather than extinguishing it within themselves via what is called the liberation process, or pure nibbana, at least for a couple of mind moments, maybe only 5, but it shows you that it exists, it's possible. Like an acrobat, like I just did the other minute, like 8 different backflips, rotations. So watch high diving, that type of movement, to get past the hindrances that I have. I hope you don't have them. You might have them. But in any case, with such skill, can you get past them? But getting that skillful, it can also cause pain. It's painful to readjust, to let things go. That's the initial pain. Like pulling out a thorn, that's painful. But when you do it, you begin to heal. If you don't do it, you will not heal. You will not be free of them. So, but as below, so above. So that sounds like a little cute kind of comparison. But imagine 56, 50 cals, or the equivalent energy expended on that in your vicinity, and the people who ended up saving your life without knowing who you were. Such is the power of dana. Such is their good karma. Such is the good karma of all living beings. Now, in the case of a healing patient, or a patient that is healed, look, it's not enough to heal physically. What do you do during physical healing other than endure it? You do nothing. You need to heal psychologically, spiritually, personally, immediately, right here, right now. You need to understand that this life is a journey, a difficult one at times, but not always. So you can awfulize things, you can over-exaggerate things, you can push things, distort things, push things out of proportion. Some minor annoyance, you can blow that up. That is the wrong way. The opposite of that is the right way. Minor annoyance, you bring it back to 0. It was a 3, and you brought it to a 0, or it never brought you to a 3. That's the ultimate achievement. But let's just say, look, we're mammalians. You can be annoyed. Everybody has buttons. Everyone is, look, baboons. You hit a siren, they're going to be annoyed every time. It's just action reaction. And we have that. We have a animal side to us. Have you ever liked a dog? Have you ever understood a dog? Well, that dog understands you too. You see that type of vision people can have, but they can't be compassionate with themselves? Why not? Dogs, look at dogs. They fake themselves out all the time, then we laugh at them. We get faked out all the time ourselves. Laugh at yourself, laugh at others that do that, but don't hold a grudge. Let it go. You're doing great right now. That breath, you're on this planet. This could be heaven once you heal psychologically, but that also means going in, taking out those bullets. Imagine that, 50 cals. Like plink, plink, plink in a metal plate or pan, that sound. That's painful, yes, but you're not healing. Not your mind, your personality, your body's healing. It's growing together, second by second. All those red blood cells, they are demolishing every last piece of contagion that dispersed itself in your body. Imagine that. The power of the good karma of the life force within you fighting all of those bad things without you doing anything. You didn't tell them to do that. Many people would rather die. But your body doesn't think so. It doesn't need to think, it just does. This is very Zen. Returning to the point. The point is if anything is misdirected outside yourself, extinguish it in yourself just as a thought exercise from time to time. And when you're regrowing back some type of aversion, be aware of yourself doing that. Perhaps even catch yourself doing it and then stop doing that. Because there's so many other wonderful things in this universe that you could be pondering instead. You're not engaging with utterly despicable, hateful, low, warlike people that despise your culture and insist on being there, telling you what to do, what you can't do, politically correct style, which is a method. It's psychological terrorism. Okay, you're surrounded by eggplant people like that to a certain extent, but you don't have to over-focus on them. You can see that as a war crime that was committed against Western civilization for a time that's dying out quick because of the bad karma associated with it. It's like people that poison themselves with their own poison gas. It's not sustainable. It unleashes chaos and destruction, and their system isn't better than ours. It's way worse. So the people even under their system would rather be somewhere else. I think they would rather be vacationing in France than in whatever hellhole they're stuck in as some type of Mandarin terrorist bureaucrat. A conformist that makes money on bribes and criminality while just pretending to pursue their mandate as some type of like taxation scheme for security that doesn't exist, that predates on the people it extracts from, kind of model. Someone wrote in and was like, you mentioned cigars, what about pipes? Thank you so much. Thank you. And I wrote back, hey look, those monks and samanas out there in the bush, they cultivated them some tobacco. They knew where, or they could trade for it. Now I'm not saying overdo it, but there is a middle path. And I wish all of us will find that way and not overdo things, because there's karma in that too. You overdo something, there's karma in that. You ride that electric bull till the bolts fall off. Oh yeah, that's a different kind of destiny for you hardheads out there that think you're so tough. That's where it ends. All busted up. And that bull is ready to ride. This was back in the day when it was 25 cents. So all you out there that remember that day, this is a very special message just for you. If you've made it thus far, God bless you. Best of the best. Look, it's easy to go down any which way but loose. You could go down the slow and dumb way, you could go down the fast and hard way. But that middle path, that's somewhere between courage and cowardice, at least. See, if you get too courageous, you're foolhardy and therefore foolish. But what can you do within the parameters of your existence to, in a non-adversarial way, dispel of delusion so that we can get back to wholesome interpersonal relationships, also within society at large? Why can't we base our whole candidacy, our whole profession, our whole splendid talent on that principle that few amongst us can think of us all and not think of themselves. And that their actions also be wise and not foolish, not deluded, not naive, not oblivious. Because that would be too far. To dream too far in a delusional direction is what? A defilement? Is that what somebody said? It's toxic. It's injurious to your health, the health of your social network, the people you know and love, that you care deeply about, that means so much to your life because they're so meaningful. It's just they're not often recognized that way. But let's not stop there in blaming ourselves for that. Let's recognize how wonderful that is. What a gift of God. And at least now, catch up on that appreciation for all Kalyana Mitta that have suffered horribly. They have suffered in ways you have not yet known. Not yet even come close to. And they faced it with such a nobility and acceptance of karma. How could it be otherwise? They were trained from day zero in that concept. Some things, no, you can't escape from. Gravity, that's physical karma. It's a variable, a constant. It's there. Dissatisfaction is there. What is your aggravation right now? Your irritation right now? Get real deep. Get real. Forget who you were. What's just bothering you and why? Can you gain just 1 millimeter of distance? How do you do that? How do you fade it? And see it again. At the ultimate conclusion is that it was a teacher and it was necessary. It was unavoidable. You wanted to be skillful. You got caught up in the human dimension, and then you learned the skills to absolve yourselves from the mind poisons, the blame, anything that one could consider to be unwholesome. Even sensitive people, my HSPs out there, we're highly sensitive. For God's sakes, forgive yourself for that. It's only a curse if you focus on the wrong things unnecessarily. You put even inbornst in die Sache. You hit the gas when you should brake and turn off the engine and come to a still stand. Slowly start driving again, but in a direction that makes so much healthy sense, so wholesome sense, according to wholesome people, not what other people think would be wholesome. But maybe these people are deluded, and maybe there's reasons for that. Like they got the wrong information that was deliberately misinterpreted so that they would fail. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I do suspect that's exactly what happened, and that's why we've been experiencing setbacks, to say the least. But that's a process you can stop. You say, hey, back in the day, they used to fry French fries in a way that harmed workers. They got burns. And those vapors weren't good for them either. And they died because of that. But now we decided it's healthier to do the French fries this way. They taste even better. And it's more safe for the workers. And it's more hygienic. And there's just so many upsides. And why did we focus on that? Just because we had dispensed with any type of agitation that would have hindered us from doing such a noble project instead of a distracted, hateful, agitated, delusional project. You see the difference? Or greedy project. Now, let's not forget the hogs amongst us. I get 200 million, I win the pyramid prize. No, you destroyed everyone. What are you going to spend your money on? And you've disgraced yourself. You're rich. You have no taste. You've proven that money means nothing. In fact, it's detrimental to social, political, economics, and everything else. Greed, that'll kill it. Imagine having a partner who's too greedy. You work all day, he takes all the proceeds. That's it. That's it in a nutshell. Apply it to states. Oh, you're just supposed to pay because it's a convention, but you get nothing back. And if you question that, the hammer comes down on you. That's a voluntary forward-looking representative of, let's say, Kalyana principles or noble principles, humane principles, accepting all of the difficulties of reality, including old age, sickness, and death, not even blinking an eye. When those oceanic concepts are just bandied about and the ignorant padooge thinks they know what they're talking about when they have not even entered dimensions of pain that are possible in this dimension that wise people advise strongly and compassionately and dedicatedly against. And so have a little bit of gratitude for your teachers that have suffered immensely to even bring you one cupful of right practice. Now here's something to consider. I don't like to say it's specifically American culture at this point. It's just modern Western culture. Is that we are like on a production line and we're trying to process too much information, especially that of the extremely aggravating and unnecessary pseudo-intellectual normalization of atrocity culture. So if you find yourself engaging with it, do disengage with it. Always use that clutch. Engage the clutch, which is to say disengage the clutch and shift yourself out of the gear. Just come to a coast, come to a slow, safe stop. Get out and take a look at Mother Nature. Even if it's an aquarium that you have to stare at for 5 hours to wash out your mind's eye from all of the garbage that is coming down that production line from the cultural sausage factory that our know-it-alls have deemed to be the culture that we deserve, which is a hate-filled memory war version of our culture that has nothing to do with the truth. But who knows for how long? Essentially, the luxury class, they're the usury class. So these are people that live from usury. So you have a 5, 7, 8, 11 times inflation of the property bubble. Everyone pays more on the interest. They live off that. Thin air and political corruption and passivity. But of course, the opposite of passivity is mobilizing, and that's what people are going to have to do to get these monkeys off our back, or the cultural monkey off our back. And the luxury class is just looking how much can they jam without everything falling apart. You're sort of looking for a happy medium. But the normalization of cultural jamming has nothing but negative civilizational side effects. And so what are they worth again? Why are they so valuable? What do 99% of people get out of their cockamamie cultural degradation program? What do they get again? They get to, live under a tyranny and an army of robotic, instrumentalized radical class members. For what again? What's the upside of that again? So yeah, people should ask themselves the big fundamental social engineering questions and not the tit for tat within the context of their jamming program. Because there's really nothing that will come of that except aggravation. And that aggravation does express itself statistically. You just need to know, as an anthropologist, it hasn't been flipped. which statistics are really relevant, socio-politically economic, and which ones aren't. Like the ones they prefer or publicize, they're not relevant. The ones real anthropologists take into account and weight in a different way that they do, those are the significant data points. And we can't just rely on data points, especially nothing that they've collected. That would have to be independent collection of the data points that, when put into social algorithms, can produce a judgment whether or not we're talking about cultural war criminals that are attempting to normalize cultural atrocity, inversion, subversion, jamming, etc. Or if we're just dealing with disorganized dunces that don't have some plan that the Sino-Soviets and their collaborators think is best for the world, kind of thing. Because they definitely do have a plan for their enemies, their perceived enemies, and they have been very active with the help of their collaborators to make our lives living hell, to shrink us, to misrepresent us, and to ill wish us all of the bad things that they possibly could, and they did, and they financed it. So where did the people, who are the people that took the money? You don't think that would be possible to figure out in modern day, where if you buy a toothbrush somewhere, if they got a problem with it, they'll make that known. But we're talking about billions of dollars that have gone into cultural atrocities on an ongoing basis. But that's normal. No, wait, don't question that. People making money, they made that money legitimately. Hey, if they wash that drug money, it's legitimate. Get back to work. That's nothing to see here. What do they got to pay to make you forget about it? Kind of culture. We don't need that culture. That culture is defunct. It's dead. The people who engaged in it or got wealthy off of it, they're going to the worst places imaginable. Like, the chances of them being reborn as a human are like 0. They don't see no problem with that. Half their brain's been removed. It's all about the money. They're rich. You're not. They're better than you. End of story. That's how they think. So, no. We've been had, we've been played, we've been rooked, we're being jammed, but it does take your active participation for it to work, so don't do that. Don't devote an extra iota to it. If you see yourself, catch yourself doing it, detach and applaud yourself for doing it. You're doing the right thing. It doesn't feel like it is, because it feels important, because they like to make these things seem important. But they're not. It's a ruse. It's a trick. Just like, if you want to get somebody to buy, tell them, put a time limit on. You've got this offer till 8 for the next 18 hours, right? That pressure. That's their gimmick, their strategy, their steam machine. So we got all these devices. They were able to impart all this information, but a lot of it is bad, and it's misleading, and it does nothing but create unnecessary agitation and suffering. So disengage from it. Take a couple of days where you just disengage completely, and then when you decide to re-engage, see how you're re-engaging, with what you're re-engaging, and if it smells funny, you don't have to go back to it. It's not important. If you are interested in a certain areas that are important to you, focus on those, but cut out the distractions. And at this point, the politics, you're looking at collaborators that think they're going to pull off a normalization while exterminating the culture that they profess to curate. It's subversionist. they're essentially some of the worst people on the planet. And so don't give them even an iota of credibility. They don't deserve it. And if you can, vote them out, get some new people in, and don't ever feel bad about not engaging with it. And as has been stated in previous lectures, certain people assume that certain places like religion, well, in fact, the culture, but religion as well, would be sacrosanct. They wouldn't have stooped that low. No, they stooped that low. If your religious communities have radical leftists, agitators, and infiltrators and subversives in the room, it's already been cooked. So shed a tear if you want to, but move the hell on. The relationship's over. It's changed. And they did stoop that low in a lot of places, and they did wreck it, which was predictable, but they just professed to care. They really didn't. In fact, that was their intention in the first place. So you're looking for real religion, you're going to have to go back to the 13th century, right? Meister Eckhart for Catholics. And whatever sells itself as religion today, or even New Ageism, whatever, Buddhism, check and see who are the people and where did they get educated and what funky political or ideological positions do they have, and do you think that's going to be good for your mental or physical or economic, sociological, psychological health going forward? Because if you do, that might be a very big oversight on your part. These people have had free reign in Eastern Europe for decades, as in Russia, and the results have been genocidal, total destruction. And they don't make a big deal about that because it's sort of embarrassing to them on a certain level. But really, it's just bad PR, and they're not interested in that. So they're going to try again harder in our zones and sell us harder than they did to the Eastern Europeans that they've decimated. So don't buy it. It's horrible. It's a war crime, but worse things have happened. Again, the Silk Road, when it was taken over by the Mongols. Read up on it, people. Your ignorance is a hindrance. You're ignorant, you're hindered from the truth, you're hindered from reality, you're hindered from right effort and right action and right view. Just like that. Oh, don't get political. Hey, look, it's about not being delusional in these matters and finding peace in a cultural war that they started and that they're guilty of and that they won't stop because they've signed off on it as agents of destruction, wittingly or unwillingly. Maybe they thought the benefits would outweigh the downsides for them. Certainly the moral downsides, they don't see any downsides there. They do prefer atheism. Helps them, helps that medicine go down for them. But don't be like that. Don't be like them. Don't make excuses for them. Don't downplay it. Exterminationism sort of says it all. And it's the culture that goes first, the people second. And why do they have a memory war component? Well, because they need you to think that you're a bad person or your culture was bad, so that you don't really care that it goes away, or maybe you embrace it. So their memory war activity, which is also a cultural war crime, feeds into the exterminationism. So no, don't play it down. You're not being a positive person by overlooking all that stuff. You're just being duped. And the level you're being duped, it doesn't matter. Even a little bit of being duped like that is no good for you. So just drop it. If you were involved in it, drop it. There's going to be horrendous negative karmic consequences for you, depending on your activity in it, ignorant or not. So maybe do a couple good deeds if you can, where you can, because those people are going to need it. An old friend recently wrote in and said, Delaney, get off of these rants, man. What about those insights into nature? They're so brilliant. Thank you so much. Well, here's one that's brilliant and practical. Sand will eat up anything you've got. And yet we don't notice it at first. It's just like dust that's dispersed into formations that are subject to randomness and conditions and change. 10 minutes later, it can look different if the conditions change. It's pretty magical. It's almost like water in material form. But, water always has hydraulics in play, whereas sand reverts back to a certain amount of inertness if it is not acted upon by an outside force. But you can see the hydraulics of air as far as the wind goes, in that the wind, because each particle has such little mass individually, that the wind can overpower it and shape it in its own way. But the long and the short of the matter, the practical aspect of the matter, is you can lose your stuff real quick. So make sure, if you have front pockets, that you put things in there that you want to preserve and that you button it. It's not enough to just slide it in there if you still want to have it later, because just by stooping over to pick up a shell, something small and important, especially under extreme weather conditions, which can easily happen in such a microclimate that has no trees in the way and a lot of wind and a lot of speed, as being on the dividing line between Earth and water, the ocean. 70% of this planet is ocean, not land. It's more important. And it's much more fluid, but there's a transition between earth and sea, and sand is there. But don't let it disappear your stuff, because you will get angry, and yet you can still look at that as a micro austerity, a Dhutanga practice, because you didn't bring anything especially expensive with you in the first place, because you weren't that stupid. You were already on an instinctual level curating what is it that one could lose but was valuable enough to have with one, that one could probably easily replace, or might have a couple of extras of. And if one does lose one due to a fluke, that one will value that lesson more than the thing that one lost, that was capable when one had it, but wasn't irreplaceable. In fact, one can see it as an opportunity to improve what one had based on the experiences that one did. And how did that thing get away in the first place if you couldn't put it in the pocket, or you could have, but you didn't, because you thought it was secure until it wasn't, and that's how you lost the thing. But that's the beginning of a new iteration of design modification, without any and all personal hang-ups about the matter. That old self called the shadow, it wanted to show up and scream his head off. Who messed up? Wanted to personalize everything. But he found no one to talk to until he calmed down, and 3 days later he was glad he didn't meet the real self, because it would have been a great embarrassment, of which he then would have switched to remorse and regret and depression about how stupid he was, And all of that was unnecessary and, in fact, totally avoidable. And in a new iteration of non-self, that not only was possible, it was the lived reality in the here now, which doesn't involve boasting, but does involve a lot of skillfulness. And so why not the idea of constant improvement, but on a psychological level, which means not aggravating yourself unnecessarily. Irritating yourself unnecessarily, that's one of the dumbest things one could do. You're burning up time with that instead of thinking about what would be a choicer fishing rod or whatever other thing you might be within reach of, but are blocking yourself because you're spending so much time on the things that are robbing you of the peace of mind that one needs to contribute in however one does contribute. It might be literary. It might not be a physical kind of thing. It might be hard for people on the outside to quantify it, and yet it is so pricelessly valuable, so ineffable, so immaterial, that if one were to make the wrong decision and insult the practitioner in practice, allowing mistakes to happen and embracing them, then that's the practice. And whatever spin people want to put on it, or, oh, this is negative because of what have you, or there's a crisis, or we need to do this or that. Is it true or is it not? Do you have to be hysterical about everything? Do you have to over-focus on bad things? Why can't you just change your focus? And then all of a sudden, everything becomes beautiful and magical. Because just like 70% of the world is covered in lagos in the ocean, you can cover up 70% of your mind in pure equanimity. But you don't have to stop there if you don't need the materials. But the materials you can shape, like sand, using the elemental powers of wind, Ansu, and art, Kinas. And so just like you see in nature, God is manipulating a neutral landscape, but he's allowing it to happen in a natural, unforced way, having unleashed the elemental powers of the human psyche, of which the materials below are an indication in an alchemical, metaphorical way. And so refinement can be seen within practical terms as a bridge, Isa, for worldly people to get to a psychological place that is more healthy and wholesome for them, which is the key takeaway, and not some kind of aggravation or another. Because no matter what one decides to do, one should do it thoroughly and well, including spiritual hygiene. Despite whatever experimental methods one might have to employ in order to get there, in order to heal, to let things go, to take a break, to discontinue certain ways of seeing things and to initiate other ways of seeing things in a skillful way, without politics, personalization, slights, greed, ill will, or delusion. If you can manage that, you can. But here's the thing, again, the audience always wants to impose its terms on the skillful artisan people, but they know nothing in many cases. In fact, they know exactly the wrong thing. They are at a common normal, or how about this? artificially subnormal kind of level for political reasons. That's the whole system these eggheads thought up for who knows who back then, when it was a very bad idea, and today even worse. These are the experts of humanity when they destroyed the humanities because they didn't fit in their little box. Like a bad fitting suit that looks ridiculous and is made of the cheapest and shoddiest and most reprehensible of materials ever devised by malignant actors. I don't know. You be the judge. In any case, that old boss, he reflected, he reformed, he changed as a person, he grew, he let those disappointments of the past go, and he had no problems going forward. Not in that he embraced some kind of brazen, fortunate future, but rather that he accepted his limitations and the causality of his actions that led to a quite unforeseeable outcome that delusionality in one of the third realms can put one if one submit to that realm by engaging in delusion that one can dispense with oneself, should one have the skill and excellent taste and unquestionable professionality, humanity, ethics, insight, philosophy, accomplishment of every kind, can recognize and praise and give thanks to in such an inspirational way that one shall forever be changed. There's no wonder why certain people are disappointed with things if they're expecting some type of closure on life or on others' lives or on things that happen. They're looking for closure. If they demand it, they're not going to get it. So you see how there's an automatic kind of dissatisfaction associated with that. If so, you're pretty wise. If you're not, then you're not. But demanding closure from life is just not going to happen. Not consistently and not all at once. You might need different levels of samadhi to get there. Like you start at no samadhi and then you go through the layers, like layers of sand. You take all day with your shovel. It's a nice collapsible, foldable, lightweight, very robust shovel that can get through sand, but there's only so much you can do in a day, really. And knowing one's limits is really wise. It's like a brick that knows its limits will place itself in a wall in such a way that it's very stable, very strong, very durable. In fact, it's not getting wet in a strange way. It's not being penetrated by moisture and broken up or softened or weakened or mildewed or any of that other stuff. None of that at all. In fact, it's sort of high and dry and not overly stressed according to its tolerances. And human beings as animals, look, you can hear dogs barking. Dogs are very excitable. Humans are very excitable. Humans are very hysterical. Humans demand too much from life. Humans are too disappointed when they don't get everything. All the jelly beans in the jar. Instead of saying, hey, look, let me not value my life based on that kind of external metric. Just not doing it as a choice, like a preference, lifestyle, perspectionist, thought experiment. Don't take these things too far. Just start off real surface area. Does that make sense? Yes or no? If it does, can you let it go? Why can't you let it go? And then see, that's how the process starts. Start talking a little bit back to that shadow boss we were talking about. Because that boss is movable. He's not impenetrable unless you let him stay that way and just do whatever he says. Instead of saying, hey, wait a second, you're still holding that grudge? Who's wrong here? You? I think so. Can you accept that? You're a tough person. You spell your toughness, capitalize TUFF. Okay, then take that one on the nose, tough guy. You're so tough. Maybe yourself will prevent you from doing that, but would that self be your friend or a delusion that would prevent you from letting go something that is just toxic to you, that you cannot change in a skillful way if you're still in the three realms? It's just that simple. It's just that simple. It's that basic. And people are getting it wrong consistently because they are captured, hopelessly captured in the web of their feelings. Just like the dog barking right now. Action, reaction. Locked in karma, locked in habits, locked in wrong views and opinions and all of that other stuff. Can you let that go? Can you do the mental bowel movement that you need to take in order to just start over again in a healthy way by picking and choosing what you eat and what you don't and in what quantities based on real good measures and not some type of subjective measures that somebody thought up for their own reasons and sold it, but it turned out to be a bad plan because the fruits of bad things are bad. Taste bad, look bad, smell bad. Nobody wants it. Aversion. That's an easy one. It's just you have to watch the attractive principles as well. You can be tricked with bait. Oh, look at this sweet thing here. That's going to make my life better. That's the easiest, dumbest idea most men have ever had. And where did that road lead them? Oh my God. I already hear the screams from all the prisons on this planet. Especially the unreported ones so that they can juice the statistics to make us look bad kind of thing. Unreported prisons. Already talking hundreds of millions of people. So who's got more? They do. Of course they do. Especially those prisons of the mind based on social bullies that are there for the reasons of usury and cultural vandalism and hybrid war, but not much else than that. Money, M-U-N-Y. But they're important. You need a school teacher to tell you what to do. Or maybe they need to listen instead. Especially if they've been given wrong direction since forever. So they never got the right direction. But they know everything, they think, because they're convinced, because they're a group of people that were told that since they were young, narcissistic, unreflective, sort of stubbornly wrong kind of entities that they shape to just do the unquestionable, however wrong it was, because they were the know-it-alls that couldn't be persuaded to take a more compassionate, humane, healthy kind of perspective on this universal dimension where all of these bardos into peri-nirvana. No, they were too worldly. They needed worldly arguments, and they found the worldly arguments that you delivered, they found them insufficient to convince them, to sell them enough not to take the dirty money and screw us all over. And essentially that's the net effect. Extinction is the causality of that process and the people and the way they think and their messed up psychology, like a criminal's, that is a web or matrix of rationalizations that lead them to, on a recurrent basis, creating bad outcomes for themselves and others. Does that seem so grippingly real to you for some strange reason? Or is that really the way it is? The unvarnished truth, the thing in itself. If we're going to bring someone like Schelling into the equation. Just, the entire library full of that way of seeing things. Just connecting it just like that. Like a tailor would connect two pieces of cloth that fit so stunningly, glamorously together that one thought, why didn't I think of this sooner? The Schelling module. So after a hurricane, start looking at that flotsam, and you might find some pretty big trees that lived a pretty long time, maybe even longer than you did. They washed up. They didn't expect that to happen, and yet it did. Look at those powerful forces that were unleashed beyond all comprehension. And yet they had their life, they had their life cycle, and in a way it was miraculous no matter what. I mean, of all things to be. And yet you see, they get uprooted. They weren't expecting it. Their lives are brought to an end and they're reclaimed by the sea. And one day they might wash all the way up to the dunes, and then the other day a beachcomber could pick it up and bring it back and throw it into the sea, and the whole process starts over again. And yet that's some valuable cherry in many cases, valuable wood, and yet it don't mean nothing. And yet it does, it did, it was, it is, it's becoming part of the landscape, or is a part of the landscape. And so you can see it in its totality despite anything and everything else going on in the vicinity, which may or may not be wholesome or advisable or aesthetically or acoustically pleasing, such as those daily modern occurrences and aggravations that can throw us off of the things that really do matter, and not the distractions and the vanities and the greed, ill will, and delusion that we can easily be directed into if we're not mindful, aware, and engaging in right action to stop ourselves. Should we even go 1 degree in the direction, it can happen, but we start catching ourselves at quicker and quicker times. Some people need 10 minutes when they're very unskillful in the beginning to get themselves under control. But later, it doesn't take any time at all, or fractions of a mind moment, to stop kalesis or mind poisons or misdirections or delusions in their infancy. And yet you do need some time to react. The most expert tennis player, still there's fractions of a second that do matter. And that's the point. And you do have to watch that. And if you don't, you'll miss the ball, even if it's 1 inch outside of the lines. Then it's outside the lines, and you miss the point. That could be 30 love. That could be the end of the game. And so these things matter, and every mind movement matters, and being skillful versus unskillful matters. And so, do be aware of those things that matter versus the things that don't matter. And making sure that you do recognize the things that don't matter, that are so vulgarly present as to make themselves the important thing, that you dismiss them no matter how important they come. It's a threatening letter, dismiss it. Threatening person, dismiss it. Threatening mind moment, thought, dismiss it. And on and on and on and on like that. No need to get into any kind of contact or exchange with any type of person that thinks they're important. When how important are they? We got all this sand and all this wind and all this ocean.